Hey y'all. The last 2 hours has been stressful. So we're back. For those of you who missed our first live. Not me blowing out smoke like Dustin. Ciao. We back, family. So apparently, hold on, I've been yelling at Verizon so much I'm sweaty. Apparently, Verizon is down in my entire neighborhood. So, oh God, I am so sweaty from all that. Yeah, it's been a day. Verizon is down in my entire neighborhood, so it's not just me. Look, my poor bang, everything is just disheveled. Um, I spent an hour having strongly worded dialogue with Verizon because what do you mean my internet's not going to work? It turns out, yeah, I'm locked in today. It turns out the internet issue in my neighborhood is not going to end until 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, 3 a.m. They did some kind of hocus pocus to help strengthen it while they fix the bigger issue. But if it's blurry, tell me one time and we'll pray God because we're living on a prayer. If you're new here, welcome. If you're familiar, welcome back. Let me get my life together. Not me smoking a J up until the last 2 seconds. Ciao. I'm back. You know what's so funny though? Me doing this particular live after being annoyed, putting myself on a timeout, and coming back renewed and refreshed is kind of in line with the spirit of Dominique Morgan. It's kind of a lot in line with what she's had to endure. So maybe this is just sympathy pains. I made sure to tag Dominique when I made this announcement because if she ever sees this, Dominique, if you ever see this, I'm going to start the show like this. If at any point while watching this live, you decide that you yourself want to come on Bluecentric Live and have further conversation with me and our audience, please let me know. Because the reason why I did not invite Dominique before doing this is number one, I did not want to do an interview. Dominique did a 2-hour interview already, right? I didn't want to do an interview. I wanted to objectively, as objective as I can be as somebody who loves her, break down for the audience what is going on, break down some of the reaction, break down Dominique's account. She had that 2-hour interview that she did with a pair of trans women who she feels comfortable with. And I respect the fact that she wanted to have the conversation about her community with her own community first. I completely respect that. I also wanted as an ally not to center myself and simply listen, right? Because I always tell you guys the role of an ally is to listen more than you talk. So I watched that 2-hour interview, but it probably took me 4 hours to watch it because I was taking copious notes the entire time. I didn't want to gloss over it. I didn't want to just kind of wing it. I wanted to make sure that I had a granular understanding of what was going on in Dominique's life because I wanted to be fair. I also, if at any chance that she might have been on some fugazi and been moving in a way that was dishonorable, I wanted to be objective enough to be as reasonable with her as I am with people that I love. My sister will tell you, Bridget will tell you, my mama will tell you. There's no amount of love that I have for you that won't make me at some point step back and recognize the pattern. So I wanted to be fair to her, but I also wanted to be fair to y'all. So I watched the interview, and I'm going to intentionally not tell you what I landed on because I want you guys to take the journey with me, and I also want you guys to come to your own conclusion without bias. If I tell you what I landed on, it's going to taint the entirety. And I think one of the things that a lot of social commentarians do is they don't present a story for people to decide for themselves. They push an agenda. Yes, I love Dominique too. They push an agenda. I, even from a place of love, don't want to fall into the trap of pushing an agenda, right? For the Outlaws interview, the Outlaws interview was actually done a while ago, several weeks ago, before she went in. And the reason why she waited until after she was out and after she had addressed her arrest before having Madison release it was because she didn't want there to be a semblance of bias as well. So I actually think that the way that I'm approaching this is very in line with the way that Dominique is approaching this. She was like, I'm going to have two people in my community who are cool with me and cool with the Okra Project both interview me. Then I'm going to have my good Judy interview me for a deep dive for anybody who cares to continue listening. I think that was a brilliant tactic. I think the fact that she is being, let me level set. For the 40%, you guys know how we do this, right? On Bluecentric Live, we want it to be a thing where it's almost like an anthology where when you watch Law and Order, if you watch Law and Order in sequence and you watch every episode, you have a deep understanding of what's happening between Olivia Benson and Stabler and Ice-T and whoever the fuck else is on the show. And though, because it's cut anthology style, if you're jumping in for a one-off, there's enough story for you to jump in and still get something from it. That's how I approach this live. If you watch all my lives, we have a shared language. But if you don't watch all my lives, you can sit with us, and 60% of you are day ones and 40% of you are newbies or unfamiliar. And I want to make sure the 40% that's unfamiliar still feels like they can catch up. Does that make sense, guys? Yes, 40% gang. So the 40% gang, I want you guys to know, even if you've never heard of Dominique Morgan, which is wild because she's fucking exceptional. Even if you've never, I opened the window because I was smoking, but now I can hear helicopters. That's one thing about living in LA. Them helicopters fly low. And it don't matter how nice your neighborhood is. The helicopter's not going to say, let's not fly over Beverly Hills. Should I close the window? I'm going to just leave it. Anyways, guys, so for the 40% who don't know Dominique and or don't know about the situation, don't worry. We're going to start. Let me start with the video. We're going to start first with a quick overview of who Dominique is and then what the public knew up until like 96 hours ago, and then jump into the day that she was released from prison and what she was releasing on her feed up until she finally exposed what was happening. Now, Dominique Morgan is a trans woman who's incredibly articulate, and I'm not saying that in the condescending way the white folks say to black folks, incredibly articulate, incredibly pithy, right? Pithy is a word that my old employer used to use. It means quick, right? Really, really sharp and quick. Very pithy, very sharp, very quick, very pro-black, very pro-trans, LGBTQ plus IA, very much about community building, worked in the nonprofit sector for a very long time, was formerly incarcerated and is a former felon. And when she came out of prison, she learned so much about life in her time behind jail that when she came out, she decided that she wanted to take her life by the reins and be somebody, right? And she is someone who is an amazing rags to riches story, if you will, because if you ever watched anything like Paris is Burning, if you've ever watched any documentaries about the trans community, when people ask, why do so many trans girls do sex work? They don't realize if you are a transitioning trans woman who cannot pass as a cisgendered woman, it is going to be incredibly hard for you to find employment, get education, or have any sort of psychological safety in the midst of the mainstream. And so sex work becomes a necessary evil for basic fucking survival. So a lot of trans women have a history in sex work for the same reason that a lot of immigrant women or black and brown women might have a history in sex work. It's because nobody else is hiring. Yeah. And because sex work has been normalized out of necessity as a survival tactic, when Dominique came out of jail, she decided to work at nonprofit organizations that in particular help black and brown and whatever else trans. I'm not sure if it's only black and brown. I say black and brown because I tend to be very BIPOC centered, but it can be everybody. But the organizations she worked with always had a shared mission of how do we take care of the disenfranchised trans women around us who need support, who need resources, who need housing, who need bail money when they're doing sex work to eat and then get picked up by the cops. How do we make sure they have the basic fucking necessities that many of us get to take for granted even in this economy? Does that make sense, guys? For those who are saying it's sad, it is, right? And it's a byproduct of the system, right? So yes, Paris is Burning was such a fantastic insight into that culture. So As someone who, and I have to make sure you know why I'm so passionate about this. At 17, I made my first trans friend. Her name was Peaches. We worked at a nonprofit, not nonprofit, actually it was a nonprofit call center. So we would do call center calls at one of those little phone banks for nonprofit organizations. Me and Peaches were very cool. I've told this story a million times well, not a million, maybe three. I've told this story several times on this page. At 17 years old, Peaches came to work covered in bruises, upset because some boys had clocked that she was not a cisgendered woman and thrown rocks at her as she was crossing the street. Y'all know how I get down about my friends. Me being very, ooh, now my bang is, oh God, I look so disheveled after yelling at Verizon. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to interrupt myself, but my bang is tugging from me arguing with the Verizon text. Anyways, so Peaches ends up coming to work because some boys have attacked her. I offer to walk her home. She says, no, I'll be fine. Unfortunately for Peaches, she was not fine. That is the last time I ever saw her. The next time I heard about Peaches is when they discovered her body. She had been unalived by men who took her life because they clocked that she was trans. I was 17 years old. At 17 years old, in the most traumatic way possible, I learned that trans women are not safe simply for being trans in a way that even I, as a Black woman, don't have to contend with. It fucked with my brain chemistry. And for years, I will be honest, for years I had deep psychological guilt that I didn't leave with Peaches because I was convinced that I could have kept her alive. Gag is, as an adult, I'm like, bitch, she could have killed you too, right? But as a kid, I was like, damn, I didn't leave with Peaches. There's strength in numbers. I got a loud mouth. I can throw a rock right back. I could have helped her, right? So the fact that Peaches passed away on what I consider to be my watch is a reason why it's a visceral reaction, right? My reaction to keeping trans women safe is visceral because it's steeped in trauma and lived experience. And I don't have the luxury, like most cisgender women, not to know on a personal level what is at stake when a trans woman is being attacked or dehumanized. When we normalize dehumanizing people, when we treat people like cattle, like animals, don't be surprised if somebody who's medically unwell also treats them like they're not human and takes it too far. So that's why I'm a trans advocate. It's also why when I meet a trans woman who is doing amazing work, I'm always like, how can I help? It's almost like every trans girl I meet who's a good person is like Peaches to me. Like, how can I help? Because I don't want to ever be caught not helping. Does that make sense, guys? Okay. So now that we've explained who Dominique Morgan is, in broad strokes, because that doesn't do her justice. Now that we've explained why I'm such a passionate ally, in broad strokes, because it doesn't do it justice, I want to talk about what happened when she became a social media sensation. Dominique started doing videos a while back and they were going viral because her hot takes were just so clever and so smart. It was like having, and just like me when I started doing my Love Island stuff, she'd be in her caftan and her bonnet. So we are caftan sisters, honey, right? So like me, she'd be in a caftan and a bonnet just speaking the fucking truth. And people love that. I always credit the love and adoration that people have for Black women speaking their truth in their caftan and bonnets to Tammy Roman. You know that Tammy Roman used to have the Bonnet Chronicles. And I think that kind of opened the door for the public to see that as a subgenre of social commentary. One that I lean very heavily on because I don't always feel like doing my fucking hair. And so I would see Dominique doing these hot takes. And here's the funny thing. I didn't clock her as trans at first. It took me a beat. So Dominique, I don't know if this is fresh news to you. I didn't know you were trans the first time I saw you. Okay. And I was like, wait, is she? And I was like, oh my God, she is. And she was so beloved and so fun that people started getting addicted to hearing her quick hot takes. And she's way more prolific than me. Y'all know I got about 67 jobs. Yes. Dominique also has a bunch of jobs, and yet she manages to do 3 or 4 sometimes videos a day, but depending on how good the news cycle is. So she was doing numbers on TikTok. She was beloved on TikTok. She was doing a lot of book engagements. She was at, I think, Essence Fest. She was getting booked, honey. Okay. She was getting booked as a voice for the culture, as someone who's in the intersection. And I will say this, it is rare for a Black trans woman to be so beloved by Black women who are cisgendered in the way that they have loved Dominique. It's almost like, unless you're a man in a dress, because we love to see a man in a dress, honey, but not a trans girl. That's a whole live in itself. We love to see Tyler Perry and them do a Medea. We love to see people like my friend Sway do TT with the green wig and the bright pink lip. We love a man in a dress. But let it be a trans girl and suddenly we ain't never seen nothing like that before. The hypocrisy is loud. Yes, and the titties hang low. So I was tickled by how much she was loved by Black cis women, because I've always said Black women as a trans advocate are always the trickiest demographic to get to admit that there might be a trap door underneath their Black womanhood of trans girls that's even below them on the food chain, right? So for me, the love that Dominique got was very healing. And we've had friendly words online with each other before. Then I started hearing rumblings. You know, I just ate mango before I came on. I hope I ain't got no mango in my teeth. Then I started hearing, oh, and I'm so shiny from running around. Jesus, I hate when I'm shiny. I started hearing ramblings maybe in December. They started saying, did you hear that Dominique Morgan is a charlatan because she stole $100,000 from one of the nonprofits that she's always talking about working at? And I was taken aback when I heard that, because I had just featured Dominique on a video that I did on this space about when the cutting room floor was getting lambasted for having someone doing a high stress essential role in New York for only $55K. And the conversation was, why the fuck are you paying somebody less than minimum wage in New York? Because $55K is not a living wage in New York City. They were like, why is somebody with a big platform, a Black woman, a big platform, only paying $55,000 for someone to have a full-time job in New York City, one of the most expensive cities in the world? That created a debate about how do you pay your dues versus how are you exploiting people by underpaying them. Dominique came forward in the video where I featured her and said, when I worked at a nonprofit, I actually made sure that there was equity with the way that people were paid. And at one point, I let my own staff tell me how much they thought I should get paid, and they chose my salary. I believe in some sort of pay equity and paying the girls a living wage if they're doing an essential role. So I had just featured her video, and then it feels like a blink of an eye later, I'm featuring a video about how you seem like you were a good employer. Like, I work really hard to be a good employer. And now they're telling me that you stole from your employees. So I was like, that don't sound like Dominique. But also the internet people can be on some bullshit. So I was like, that don't sound like her, but I'm also going to let the facts reveal themselves. As the weeks go on, a young man named the DL Whisperer, who's incredibly proud about being transphobic, starts doing videos attacking Dominique Morgan and T.S. Madison. And in those videos attacking these women, and they are women to me. A trans woman is a kind of woman. You see how it's in the title? You can't be confused because words mean things. These women were being attacked by the DL Whisperer. The gag is the DL Whisperer is a gay man whose entire brand is exposing DL men. His entire brand is, I fucked your husband even though I'm gay. So a man who would normally be shunned by straight women became an ally to straight women based on a shared hatred of trans women. Are y'all keeping up? Are y'all keeping up? So the DL Whisperer is attacking Dominique and T.S. Madison as a gay man who hates trans women. And his number one supporters are the same straight women who would have been calling him the F word had they not had a shared hatred towards trans women. I was like, well, how'd that work? If Dominique and T.S. Madison weren't here, you would have been telling him that he's going to hell. But now you and him are against the trans girls? Girl, it was a mess. The minute I heard about this, I said, I'm clocking out because this is feeling like a bad Tyler Perry movie. Like, I'm clocking out. This sounds stupid. Somebody said, Blue, I'm part of the 40% today. I know that Dominique Morgan, I just don't know the situation, and just enlighten me. Perfect, right? Yes. So at this point, I'm hearing there's a gay man who's attacking trans girls. I go to Atlanta in March. And when I go to Atlanta in March to get my locks taken down, by the way, they'll be back because I just child, all this hair, I feel like a Sherpa. I feel like a poodle. If you're new here, the show is sponsored by ADHD. So be used to me taking random detours in the middle of telling a story. So I go to Atlanta to get my locks taken out because the person who does my locks, he's a celebrity loctician. He does, I told y'all before, he does Lizzo and he does Lizzo. He did Raven Simone recently. He does all the girls. But because he does all the girls, you can't go to anybody else to get your locks taken out because only he knows how to take them the fuck out. Right? So I go to him to get my locks taken out. And as we're talking, he's catching me up on the DL Whisperer and T.S. Madison and how T.S. Madison got her lawyers involved. And now the DL Whisperer is in jail. So I'm in Atlanta hearing T. I'm like, okay, well, if the DL Whisperer's in jail, that means T.S. Madison and Dominique are safe. That's it. End of story. Ha! I was wrong. Now I'm hearing more and more. The DL Whisperer said Dominique Morgan is going to jail. The DL Whisperer said Dominique Morgan is. I'm like, well, he's saying a lot from the jail cell, but okay. Dominic doesn't say anything, so I don't say anything. And then at the end of April, literally like 72 hours after my birthday, I am literally fresh back from my birthday trip to Malibu. Still got sand in my, still have sand in my shoes, right? And Dominique posts a video that says, you hoes got 21 days. I said, what you mean? He said, you hoes, somebody said, but I don't know the person. You hoes got 21 days. And I was like, what does she mean? She was like, I am going to jail for 21 days to satisfy the court. This is me paraphrasing. To satisfy the court and to finally get my life back, because these allegations and all this hoopla has been following me around for too long. And they told me that if I give them 21 days, I can get my life back. Legally, I can't speak on what is going on. But you hoes got 21 days to get it together. And when I come out and I've paid my restitution and done my time, I will finally be able to tell you my side of the story. So keep track. We're hearing there's an allegation that Dominique Morgan stole $100,000 from a nonprofit where she was the executive director. The DL Whisperer, a gay man who hates trans women, is being put in jail for harassing trans women, particularly T.S. Madison, and he's alleging Dominique is going to jail. Everybody tells him to shut the fuck up. But then Dominique comes to us and says, well, actually, I am going to jail for 3 weeks. When I come out, though, I'm going to be out in time for Pride, and I can finally tell you the story. At this point, I'm like that Regina, you know that Regina Hall meme when she's just like this, like. And my first thought is, Gia said, come again? My first thought is, let me reserve judgment. Let me give her the grace that I would want. Because if the courts are involved, you're not being cryptic because you want to be cryptic. You're being cryptic because you're probably got in trouble for what you said online. And I would later find out this was true. A lot of times when you are in a court of law, things that you say online, particularly urban slang, can be used against you out of context. Perfect example. If I say right now, ooh, I see Gia, and Gia says, come again, and I say, Gia, I'm about to have you gagged. A white person who does not know what gag means in urban vernacular can go to a judge and say, hey, Blue just threatened Gia's life and said she was going to gag her. Can you please have a protection order against Blue to make sure that Gia is safe? And if Gia's on some bullshit, Gia can lie and say, yes, Your Honor, when she said she was going to have me gagged, I thought she was going to kidnap me. Please have a protection order. We would later find out that's what happened to Dominique. Her simply talking in urban vernacular was being taken out of context and being made seem like she was threatening people's lives online. So that's why she had to be cryptic, and she could only say, hey, you hoes got 21 days, right? Now, in that 21 days, baby, I have never seen so much transphobia in my life. You have to think about it. In this space where it's very hard. Yes, it makes complete sense for her to wait because you're being a regular human being, right? Her haters are less reasonable. In 2026, it is very tricky, very difficult, very hard for anybody, celebrity, public figure, content creator, influencer, what have you, to have an audience buy into them. Everybody's tired, everybody's abused, everybody's skeptical, right? It's not lost on me. There's a privilege that I can speak with so much bass in my voice and you motherfuckers take me seriously. It is hard. We are seeing OG content creators, influencers, and celebrities who are used to having thousands of people, millions of people kiss the ring at their beck and call, not even be able to sell a bookmark. And so the fact that Dominique had so much favor, you know how crabs in the barrel worked. There was a lot of people who secretly envied and hated and resented her for being so beloved. So the second she went to jail, mind you, she does cultural commentary like I do. The second she went to jail, here come the post. Can you believe the bitch who be talking all this shit about everybody else whole time was stealing from other trans women is in jail? We told you that bitch was a fraud. We told you, like they went in on her. Then when the 21 days passed and Dominique was not out yet, someone said, well, maybe it's 21 business days. Now, at this point, I'm going to admit I got nervous. At this point, when the 21, because I can count too, right? At this point, when day 22, because I was like, well, are we counting 21 as the day she launched the video? Maybe day 21 is the day after, right? So I was going to day 22 because 22 is my angel number anyways. When day 22 came and went and Dominique wasn't out and the girls were like, well, maybe it's business days. I said, ooh, is Dominique gone forever? And around that time, now Dominique's supporters who were saying, sis, we love you, we're going to wait for you to tell your side of the story, were getting nervous. In that time, people in comments weren't even criticizing her behavior, just instantly jumped to misgendering her. Yes, calling her a he. It was disappointing to see, but I wasn't surprised. I agree, sis. One of the people who came forward to pounce was India Moore. India Moore, who ironically rose to fame playing the beautiful ingenue in Pose, Ryan Murphy's show, heavily critically acclaimed show about trans women, a la Paris is Burning. Pose was the modern day iteration of a fictionalized Paris is Burning. So for an India Moore, who was known as being an activist, pronouns they, them, last time I heard, please let me know if they have changed their pronouns. When India Moore came forward writing something that felt like not only an endorsement of the Okra Project, but also a thinly veiled jab at Dominique, I was taken aback because I was like, ooh, that's messy as fuck. You know what it's like to be a trans girl smelling rarefied air at the top of a mountain where you weren't even supposed to make it. Like, that felt like a heavy-handed thing for her to speak on behalf of the Okra Project. Now, I will tell you this, guys. I worked in nonprofits for about a decade before I decided to be self-employed, right? So from about the year 2000 to 2011, I was in and out of the nonprofit world. As somebody who has been a part of many nonprofits and then for 6 months dabbled in working in a nonprofit from 2021 to 2022 for someone who did me fucking dirty and tried to lie on my name and tried to get me blacklisted, and now he has to see me all over his fucking feed. Awkward, huh? I know what it's like to love on somebody in a nonprofit environment, think that they have your back, and find out the whole time it was an op. Whole time it was a demon. Whole time the person that you were looking at for the most was out to get you, right? It's almost like you see a dog that is hungry on the side of the street and you feed it and it eats the food, but then it bites your hand, right? Literally bites your hand. So the minute I knew that it was nonprofit, I think me knowing that she was going to battle with the nonprofit is what made me say, no, nonprofits be on some bullshit. I want to hear the full story. I need to hear the full story before we say anything. So the video starts with, I think it was the 28th of May. Someone says, oh shit, I think Dominique Morgan's out. The whole internet starts going crazy. The fans are going crazy because we had just given up hope, because we were like, even in business days, bitch. Even in business days, I think it should have been out by now. So her supporters are freaking out because they had almost given out hope. Her haters are freaking out because they're like, oh, fuck, I actually plan to monetize talking shit about her, and now she out, and she might see this shit. Let me run and delete it. And her friends were just trying to be of support. So when I first heard, I said, hey, I think Dominique is out. If she is, I hope she beat y'all up. Y'all was talking big shit. Yeah, I do think India Moore was hating. Y'all was talking big shit. I hope she chooses violence, because y'all said some wild shit while she was gone. She warned you. You had 21 days. It ended up being 28 days, 30 days. But I hope you get what you deserve, right? And this video is what happens the day after I said that. Are we all caught up? Are we all caught up? I want to make sure that the 40%, the nonprofit world, has its own drama. It's very unethical. Let me see. There are foul over there, and especially to Black women. Yeah. So, let's see. Is everybody caught up? Can somebody just say yes if they're caught up? Because I want to make sure some. Yeah, okay. The 40% is caught up. Now that the 40% is caught up, we are together going to watch a couple of videos of Dominique speaking after she was released. And halfway through this, I'm going to pause to share with you the narrative that she shared when she went on that podcast with those, I think it's called Femme Queen Crazy Sexy Cool. I want to shout them out. So it's FQ Crazy Sexy Cool. Go check them out. I'm going to pause to read my encapsulation of that interview, because I'm not going to play a 2-hour interview on here, y'all. And then we're going to talk about what comes next and why this is so important. All right, so let's see what happened the day that Dominique finally showed her face for the first time after being gone for 30 days. Oh, look at our baby.
Imagine. I just wasn't going to come online. I look a mess. But I just wanted to come on and confirm that this is really me. The phone says Thursday, May 28th. It's 11:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Post Meridian.
First of all, Dominique pulling up the phone like she's a hostage being let free is so funny to me. This is so hilarious.
And so yes, it is me. Two, I don't want anyone to, don't delete anything. Don't take anything down. There is so much respect I will have for people who said fuck me and meant it. Or,
by the way, we are going to be talking about that lady that you mentioned who's a nutbag in my mind. When that time comes to talk about that.
Wish to work for me and meant it. Or you just were a hungry, thirsty ass person who wanted some clicks and views. Get your life. I hope you paid your rent. I hope you'll be able to pay your rent on the morrow. I hope you bought your children some shoes or something. Hope you didn't get that money to that nigga to flip it. He done flipped you enough. And there are no hard feelings. For there to be feelings, you have to matter. I don't consider any of those folks my enemies, because I think an enemy must sit in an equitable space in the world for it to be. Adversaries have to be able to see eye to eye.
That's true.
I need to get my LASIK updated. So when someone is so far below, so deep down, I can't see it. So we can't be enemies or adversaries. Let me turn just in case my sister walk out the bathroom with her coochie out. You know the girls get their vaginas and the girls want to walk around naked. I have spent 30 days and 30 nights around a whole bunch of yamps. When I tell you that by Saturday evening, bitch, I will be stretched like the Play-Doh factory. Yeah. And, but yeah, don't take nothing down. Stand by it. I respect that. The backpedaling, the gaslighting of what you didn't think. You hoes thought that I was going to smithereens like my good sis Elphaba, huh? But nay. I was down there below. Pulled up. I ain't got no scarecrow or nothing, but you know, Mr. Fink is like my scarecrow. That's all I got until tomorrow, and I have a manager now, so I got to do what she tell me to do. But conversations will be had, so using your PTO was not in vain. Good night and God bless you. Sister, bitch, what do they put in these recipes for these Dominicans? Because baby,
so she got cracked. Gia, not Gia. K Sweetheart, to your point, she deserves to be cracked. The very next video was post-cracking. The very next video, a crack was had. Okay? Baby, why didn't you get cracked? Okay, let's watch.
A Dominican came over and wore me out, honey, folded me up like an old school food stamp, bitch.
How do you not love her? Like, come on.
Everybody tell me.
And by the way, this is an old video that she reposted. So this was her way of saying, yes.
We hunt. I hollered. We hunched again. I hollered some more. And hunched again. This why the New York girlies be in a tizzy. Like, bitch, what is up with these? Are all Dominicans like this?
For you to tell your audience you want to get cracked and then repost your most popular cracked video, I mean, Dominique, I hope that whoever you are spending time with is swallowing you up. I hope it's TD Jakes. If I went to jail for 30 days and 30 nights for something that I'm claiming I did not do, I would want to have my ass. No, let me stop. Let me not say what I'm about to say. That's too much.
Are all Dominican men like this? I said, well, what are we doing now? And why are you fucking me like this? Ooh, bitch.
Without the
no, bitch. He talking about what you doing today. Healing. I'm about to soak in a hot bath, nigga. But text me after 5 p.m. Bitch, is that a spear? Do y'all see this? Hold on.
Now, this is her and Monroe. Monroe's her good friend. I love them both. And Monroe really is a ride or die for her the way my sister Mel's a ride or die for me. So apparently they were staying somewhere in New York. And Dominique comes out right after she's been, in jail. and she sees all sorts of energy. She's like, somebody putting spirits of voodoo, juju on me. So at this point, Dominique's been out and she's sharing these quick little slice of life videos about what she's experiencing while telling us, hey, I will tell my full story on Sunday when I'm on a platform with my sister. So this is what I'm leading you guys up to, guys.
Oh, bitch, Miss New York is... Now, hold on. There's an instant, maybe.
Oh, my hand fresh.
Oh, shit. Girl, the fuck? Now, bitch, I know. Hold on, Miss New York. Now, bitch, if Rikers didn't kill me, bitch, I know you girls ain't doing witchcraft like this.
And she was in Rikers, guys. It wasn't just 30 days in prison. It was 30 days in Rikers. For the person who just wrote, Natalia, put through the bed, headboard, floor, and balcony. I need to stop telling people when I get put through the... Because I realized, I told y'all when the nigga in Jamaica put me through the mattress. Then on Joe Budden, they gave me shots of tequila. Y'all didn't see that part. I had 2 shots of tequila before I started Joe Budden. Because Mel kept on feeding them to me. I ended up telling about the dude that I used to talk to who was a Tory Lanez apologist who put me through the mattress. I don't know why I keep on getting put through the mattress and then when I talk about it. Sorry, I'm having a flashback. Let me just hit
Ooh, the girls are doing the crafty works. What kind of shit is that? Hold on, bitch. Oh, okay. Alright, just making sure. Get in here, bitch. They talking about a game. Girl, what the fuck? This is why I don't do this fucking city. And and you supposed to serve and protect.
He is protecting.
Oh, that's a doggy.
Just like an Aquarius. You like, this ain't my business, I'm not bothered. He was fine boots. Maybe in them cultures, honey, the girls can have a nasty piece of beard.
I'm sickening.
Start. Mind you, y'all. Never mind, I ain't gonna tell y'all. Oh, I gotta push the door. My God, today. Okay.
She's going to. This is definitely.
Mind you, y'all. You know, in the people's place, you know, you just pick up language, and so they use the term Arab here in New York, and we was in
the fact that she calls prison the people's place is hilarious.
In the people's black car, and I said that because I was referring to an establishment to get some juices and some cakes and things, and the man was, you know, of the culture who was driving. Bitch, I gotta reset. I gotta get back to my activist mindset. Get back to my fake activist work like the other girls, you know. I was over on Threads, typing, making posts, and just processing some stuff, really laying here. My rodent fell asleep, that's why I'm in the bathroom. Because...
By the way, I relate to this. If I ever, for some reason, had to go to jail for a crime I didn't commit, Mel would come get me, and I would be in a caftan and a bonnet talking to y'all from the bathroom, trying not to wake Mel up. I relate to this way more than I probably should. I very heavily relate to this. Because whenever I'm going through it, Bridget and Mel kind of just show up and stand in the doorway and make sure I'm okay while I'm in my caftan fighting for my life. So this is very much sister-coded.
We've never, like, slept in the same space, so I don't know if she's a light sleeper or not. But I do know she keeps a pistol in her purse, so I'm not trying to shake her quickly. Huh? But just reading some posts and seeing some things and just processing. And something that I saw was Dominique Morgan is home because I snitched on somebody.
What?
And this may sound completely incongruent to who y'all know me to be, and I apologize, but at the same time, I don't apologize because, bitch, I'm an old school convict. Bitch, I laid my 10 down flat. I walked every yard I was on, bitch. I have certain beliefs and values as a bitch who did time for real that I don't play that shit. Bitch, I don't do PC. I don't do snitching. I don't do writing kites. I don't kick it and talk to the COs. This 30 days I was in there, bitch, I played none of them fucking games, bitch. None at all. I had to put hands on a few bitches. We don't do that. More importantly, because I was like, why is this bothering me? I think what is bothering me more is people just won't relinquish the fact that what they think they know, they don't know.
Yeah.
So there has to be a reason. And also, P.S., if y'all know people who are telling that still have to navigate consequences, they're not telling right. Y'all wasn't around when the feds was dropping them indictments in the late 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all didn't have my big cousin Eric You know, y'all didn't have no cousins that did Fed numbers. Y'all don't. But yeah, it's been burning at me because I'm just like, bitch, I'm a real bitch.
So what she's saying is she is now catching up while her and Monroe are going through the motions of reacclimating her to being out of Rikers. She's now catching up with all the shade that she's been getting while she's away. And she's clocking all the things that people said when they thought that she was never going to come back. People who probably acted like they loved her or smiled in her face or kept quiet while lurking. And she's trying to figure out what she gives a fuck about. And much in the way that when I did a live earlier today, I was deeply offended when someone tried to assert that I could not have a passionate debate with another woman without doing too much. And it was a Black woman who said it about us, right? I am deeply offended personally by internalized misogyny of Black women towards other Black women. Because for me, if the call is coming inside the house, but you told me we were supposed to be building this house together, bitch, you got me fucked up. That triggers me when a sister ends up being an adversary, right? And Dominique is saying because of the code of the streets, because she's a former felon, because she is a felon who has come out and changed her life, even in the system, she's a code of ethics that she lives by. She doesn't play games. She has somebody in her family who's done time, who instilled a sense of street justice in her that she takes very seriously. And so even though much worse things were said about her, the dig at her integrity, the assumption that she might be, or the insinuation that she might be a snitch and that she got out of jail in only 30 days because she actually did a crime, but she threw somebody else under the bus, that deeply offended her. Does that make sense, guys? And I'm saying this because not everybody speaks urban vernacular. Some of you niggas are like, bitch, she just said it. Why are you encapsulating it? Because not everybody speaks street lingo. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. Okay.
I've evolved. I've seen a lot of nice things. I have a lot of nice things. I live a good life. But bitch, I'm the same bitch that'll slap the shit out of you.
Same.
For scuffing up my shoe if that's how I felt in that moment. It's in me. And I know that because she had to come forth to get me through these 30 days. So, yeah, bitch, stop fucking playing with me. I'm the type of bitch that gonna eat a Werther's Original in the bed.
Werther's Original? Dominique?
While I scroll on TikTok and try not to wake my sister up. But the problem is,
ain't no candy.
I just be chewing on that candy. And it's not gonna be conducive to her sleep, you know. But yeah, Werther's Original fabulous. You know what I mean? You bitches are eating butterscotches that have been at the bottom of your grandma's purse.
And you're probably like, Blue, why are you including a rant about Werther's right after that serious one? Because I want you guys to not flatten Dominique as a funny person or an activist or a truth teller or sojourner truth. I want you to see the entirety of her as a human. I want you to see how fun and how light she can be, literally, as she's doing this on the screen. And I also want you to see how brilliant and how sharp and how nuanced she can be.
I get the internet. I just want y'all to know, bitch. A little over a year ago, I opened up my phone because Khalil was hunching that lady with blue eyes. And I just talked about activist trade, which...
Oh, let me read the comment. The comment says, you genuinely next level gagged the internet. And they're talking about how Dominique was trending all over the internet when she came out of jail. And she's now explaining, the first time I did a video of social commentary, I was just keying about somebody and thought nothing of it. And then it went viral. And then I started to realize that all these commentaries that I do in my group chats to my friends all the time, y'all wanted to hear from me in the general public. So this is her saying that, thank you for saying I gagged the internet. I can't believe me sharing something organically has snowballed into so much popularity. Yes, because I'm going to keep on translating for those who either don't know her lore or don't speak, the lingo.
I thought everybody knew about. And I closed my phone, and on my phone, it had 100,000 views. And I just kept posting. I could not imagine Nelly.
Her tagline is imagine, right? And so I think she said the imagine when she was talking about Nelly, when he said he didn't want to raise his children and that he wanted Ashanti to just have all the help that she wanted, but at his big age, he had enough money not to have to raise children. And how Dominique was saying, you really think that's how child rearing goes? And she said, imagine. And that became her tagline, almost like Steve Urkel with, did I do that? It's epic at this point. At this point, I think Dominique actually is working on merchandise that says imagine.
Laying on top of me with them big ass chiclet teeth, humping up and down on me like a Cheshire cat, getting me pregnant, and then saying he's not gonna help me change the diapers on said child.
She's talking about Ashanti and Nelly.
Like, this is the shit that I would have just texted in a voice note tomorrow, or shit that I would have said to Andrew that I just be saying to us. I didn't think it mattered. Like, people be thinking like, oh, I was like, bitch, there's a lot going on in with the world. I did not think that me being gone, like, I shared the choice and decision I made because that's something I felt I needed to do for the people who was actively engaging with me. I didn't know I didn't know anybody was going to be gagged, because I was worried about how gagged I was with the choice that I was making and what I was having to see in front of me. I'm whooped like you, bitch. Still yet whooped. I haven't looked at all the messages, the letters that were sent to me there that they finally gave to me. Like, I haven't even opened my emails yet. Mind you, the focus is still June has 2 weekends available for Pride foolishness. Me and Monroe are available. And because it's Fort Lauderdale the first weekend of June, it's Houston on last weekend. And a full nasty lock-in for Essence. Coins must be secured. Hey. My God, the children are lost without me. I'm lost without a coin. I'm lost without a coin. Coins must be secured. Hey. My God, the children are lost without me. I'm lost without a coin. I'm lost without a coin.
At this point, people are saying, Dominique, you've only been out for 72 minutes. How is it that you already are saying things that we want you to turn into a soundbite? So they begged Dominique, fresh out of Rikers, to turn this into a soundbite. Do you see how brilliant she is? If I was, I just am fresh off a plane cross country from New York, and I'm not sure I can function. I don't know how I'm doing these lives. Dominique is so good. So they begged her, please turn this into a soundbite, and she obliged.
Eba. Coins must be secured. Hey. My God, the children are lost without me. I'm lost without a coin. I'm lost without a coin. Eba. Something I have been thinking about for the last 24 hours is how much privilege it takes to navigate the system. And
by the way, y'all know some of these videos I haven't watched in their entirety. You know the whole spiel. There are videos that I'm familiar with, but there are other videos that are put in just for the sake of chronological order and factual accuracy that I haven't seen. I actually have not seen this video, so let's see.
Moment of seriousness in the midst of just like being back and prepping myself for the weekend and other bigger conversations.
Oh, Monroe, you guys remember she was with her good girl. Monroe, who we saw, this is all continuous, guys. This is all like within the same 48 hours. So she and Monroe, when she's been released, are in New York together. They check into the place. She hides in the bathroom to talk to us. Then she gets back into the bed and is eating her Werther's. And now Monroe is awake next to her and she's talking. So this is all happening within like 72 hours, y'all.
That I will be having and am excited to finally be able to have. Yesterday, I was taken from Rikers to the court at 5 a.m. It was like they got us up at 5. We left there at 7 something.
Y'all, she said yesterday, which means this is the day after. And at this point, she's only been out for 24 hours. She's feeding us like this, and she's only been out. Dominique, your work ethic is exceptional.
Breakfast was 2 packs of oatmeal, but they had no hot water.
Oh.
Luckily, I had canteen, so I was able to eat something. I get down there to the court. I was in the women's jail, but at the court facility, they had me in a separate cell for some reason. Fine, whatever. This was all pre-organized, pre-scheduled, but they had a murder trial happening at the same time. So luckily, Monroe was able to fly in to be there for me. So I had that support, right? Good. But imagine if she took time off from work or she had a certain time or children to get back to. Instead of me being seen first thing, because y'all know that I was coming home, it pushes it back. So I go up around 12:30 something. Then they take me back down to the holding cells. I'm released around 3:30, 3:45. Monroe came back to the Airbnb. My property, my clothes, my wig, my shoes, underwear, all of that down at Rikers. My phone, my ID down at Rikers, right? The money from my books You could go down the street to the criminal office, but they can only give you $100 of it. They can give you a Metro card, but I don't know the city of New York. I have no phone. It's rush hour in New York. And luckily, I got one call. I was able to call Monroe, but I wasn't able to confirm like where she was at to come to get me, right? And like her ETA, so I'm kind of standing on the side of the street in sweats and a t-shirt that they released me in. Which is uncomfortable because everybody knows you done came about in place, right? And just like what that feels like and how degrading that is and what that feels like. And
can we take a moment to appreciate the granular level of detail she is? I'm so happy I'm watching this for the first time with you guys. Can we sit with how dehumanizing this must feel and the amount of dignity that Dominique has been robbed of? And you're going to say, well, Blue, if she's a felon, When we get to the part where she tells the story of why she went to jail, you will be enraged the way that I was. But imagine anybody who's been to New York City. Baby, me as a neurodivergent person, you catch me on a bad day on my period, this is too much for me. I can't imagine going through this as a bitch who gets overstimulated by life on life's terms after 30 days in Rikers. Right? 30 days in Rikers. To be in a corner in New York City in some sweats that scream where you've been, lost without a coin.
Then Monroe comes, so I have the privilege of having someone who has the time and the space and the finances to be able to make that work for me. I had not eaten all day because they don't have food at the jail. They give you these like frozen peanut butter sandwiches, milk, when 90% of niggas is lactose intolerant, toilet paper that is as thin as motherfucking Melissa McCarthy, bitch. And then you're sitting there. So we go eat something. I have to go back to Rikers to get what they describe as my valuable property, my phone, my ID, my wallet. For my non-valuable property, I need to schedule to go get that. And they said I can do that in 3 days. Well, I'm going back home to Atlanta because I don't live here, motherfucker. Mind you, it's a $2,000 wig. Should have wore that braided wig like I thought, but y'all shamed me so bad the last time. Huh? Yeah. You feel bad now, don't you, nigga? But, and then the man at the counter earlier told me if you go down to Rikers to get your money, you'll get everything on your books. They gave me $200 of what was on my books. The rest, they said I could come pick up in a check 3 days later. Who has time to come back down to Rikers 3 days later? Also, I don't live here. So they're going to mail me the check. But what if this money that was on my books was what I was going to need to get home? What I was going to need to pay my rent on the first? They didn't know what the fuck I needed. You took the motherfucking money. Me, you can't give my motherfucking money back, bitch. Right?
Wait a minute. Imagine I come out of Rikers and y'all only give me $200 of my money. And it's the 28th of the month, which is 3 days before the 1st. Oh, ha! This just reminded me. I need to go take my blood pressure medication because this just spiked my blood pressure. Girl, you better than me.
Then we got to catch a bus to go over the bridge into Rikers.
Oh.
Catch a bus back because you can't. Only people who work there can drive into Rikers. And this is at 10-something at night.
Oh, wow.
And then we were able to get across there and then we were able to catch an Uber back to the Airbnb. But this was a full day. And the amount of privilege and access, if I didn't have Monroe here, if I didn't have financial access, if I didn't, I would still be walking around in sweatpants and a white t-shirt and socks and some Bob Barker Better Be Carefuls with maybe $100 in New York. And then y'all wonder how a motherfucker can get out and be in they release clothes and go motherfucking knock over a bank. Because, bitch, what the fuck is the mind supposed to do when they're out here fighting to try to stabilize? And
this is actually really important context. As someone who has never been a part of the prison system, child, I can't even lie, let alone steal. And though I know many people who have been put in jail for doing things that are unconscionable would get them locked up. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong friend, right? We have in my family, we call it a family curse. Several people in my family have died as a result of being betrayed by friends, best friends, which is what my mother's always funny about who I'm friends with. She's like, don't let the family curse get you. And I've been betrayed a million times. But like, It is so easy to say that would never be me, and you'd be shocked how easily it could be you if you just had the wrong stroke of luck. And to somebody's point who says this speaks to why she's a prison abolitionist, Dominique Morgan, in my opinion, went to jail because she picked the wrong friends. So the reason why I just shared the story about how my family curse that my mother's determined to have me break is if anybody in the family goes to jail, it's because they've been betrayed by a friend. Very Jesus, very Judas, right? Mind you, my middle name is Emanuela, which is Hebrew for Jesus. Well, it's the Spanish version of Jesus, so very biblical. When you hear why Dominique's in jail, I don't want to keep hyping it up, but as I'm watching these videos in their entirety for the first time and hearing what it was like coming out and knowing from watching her interview why she went to jail, I'm getting infuriated all over again.
Out of all the things I plan to discuss, it's the way that so many people who purport to understand these systems and be abolitionists and all these things, you bitches are empty vessels and you're not even pretty things. You're the top of a dandelion that sat in the sun for too fucking long. But just the privilege to be able to navigate a system that seeks to erase your privilege, and me realizing that over and over and over and over yesterday. So if you got somebody that you know that's going through something, bitch, even the idea of me maybe like, oh, what?
Your mother's name is Emanuela? Oh, that's so sweet. Sorry, continue.
Maybe I can stop somebody and ask to use their phone. Like, I'm in New York. Bitches ain't going, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I was back home in Omaha, maybe, if I was even in downtown Atlanta or something. Like, all these things you think about just to get to the next step and them to say, oh, you have to go to this building. You have to wait for this time. You have to do this. You have to do this. You have to do this. Can we unpack one thing with love?
She's now the next morning. She's been out for 36 hours now.
And this may feel elitist to the girls, but these little hatchback, little black cars are not black cars.
A woman after my own heart. This is gonna sound like first world problem. I don't care. If I'm paying a premium for a black car and a hatchback shows up, give me my money back. Where the fuck is the SUV? How you charging me SUV prices for? Dominique, you speaking my language. I know this is first world problems. It's still a fucking problem, but go ahead.
A four-seater Infinity. It's not black car service. A little bucket seat Lexus. Not a black car service.
I agree.
Get it the fuck together, bitch. I'm supposed to be able to have 6 niggas in here.
You're not cute.
Huh?
You're not cute. Hold on, wait.
I sure in the hell am.
Somebody posted a comment that says, now, auntie, I know you ain't recording this inset car. Yes, Dominique is talking shit about the hatchback while in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
The driver can hear her. You see why I wanted to include everything so you get a full understanding of who we're talking about for the 40% who don't know her before we get into how she got into jail?
Bitch, I ain't never been pussy. Yeah. Fuck him. What If a nigga comes in if I'm talking to a nigga and he's like it's 10 inches and he comes in my house and it's 5, do you think I'm gonna wait until he's gone to shame him? Boo, to his face. Little dick ass nigga. A non-black car having ass nigga. Can we talk about how these niggas are always gonna try to use a personal issue you got or some stress you're going through to try to get into your shaker pudding?
To your shake or pudding. So now she's talking about how the men that she used to talk to or mess to, hey, big head her, now that they realize that she's trending all over social media and she's out of jail. Can you see how as the video progresses, she's looking better and better because she's coming into herself? It's actually stunning to see how an environment dictates appearance. I was joking earlier about how I have a glow in LA that I don't have on the East Coast. It's true. Your environment sometimes will add something to you.
Now, on top of all the other ways, like me being a public figure and motherfuckers turning like the traumas of my life into their fucking content being just hell, It's everywhere. So niggas that I ain't spoke to in years is hitting me up. Are you okay? Are you all right? You're not gonna are you okay? Are you all right yourself into some cake, sir. Now, if you had put a little coin, little money on the JPay or something, you had came and seen a bitch on a visit, maybe. You know, some celebratory coup de cat. But now, that didn't happen. Oh, this nigga just texted me, I thought you would have hit me up when you get out.
I'm a fan.
Oh, thank you. What's your name?
I'm Dr. Maurice Rachel.
Hi, I'm Dominique Morgan.
I know exactly who you are. I applied for her program. When you applied, and said, I'm so glad they selected you. You were the right person. You were the right person.
Thank you.
I've been doing this work for a long time. I'm doing it later. The organization I founded Second Sunday. If you ever heard of it, tomorrow they'll give me an award. But LGBT.
For those saying not too much on the East Coast, I'm talking about the air. I'm just sorry. It's cold one place and it's warm somewhere else.
Can I send you a message on Facebook?
Yes, send me a message on Facebook. Thank you. Can I hug you?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm such a fan.
Thank you.
I'm proud of everything that you do, how you tell your truth. I've watched every video from today, including the one from last year about the Dominican, because that got me too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we're heading home. All right. God told me to stop being fast and running out because he done sent a black man to prophesy over me. But yeah, talking about it, you will at least call me when you got out. Call you.
Imagine talking about some dick and somebody comes to spread the word. Child, that is awesome.
What? Happy Saturday morning, family. I've been, there's the things around, I'm seeing a bunch of things around content creators and conversations people are having, right? And that's always happening. That's why a creator economy exists. I sit here with looking at the spectrum of the experience of black creators versus white creators.
Yeah.
The Alex Earls and all of them. It's like they're being chased by TMZ.
Can we just talk about how I could run circles around call her daddy in my sleep on my worst day, and I may never make even a fraction of the money that she makes to sit on the couch and be flat? Whatever brilliance you guys think that I possess, and y'all know that I think I'm brilliant too because I don't believe in modesty. I just believe in integrity and not being performative. I don't think that I'm an ordinary bitch, and yet I know that had I not been more tenacious, I could have been stuck making ordinary bitch money. And I'm being facetious when I say that. While actual ordinary bitches are millionaires and billionaires simply because of their proximity to whiteness. So it's not up to make everything about race, although everything in this world is political to some degree. I just think that it's brilliant that she's speaking on this because you have to think about it, this is now day 3 and she's catching up with how much impact she has because she's trending on Twitter, she's trending on TikTok, she's trending on Threads, she's seeing how many views she's getting, she understands how the money works, and she's saying, if I'm this impactful, why am I not more rich? If I'm this impactful, why doesn't my bank account look like girls who do a fraction of these numbers and are getting big deals? That's a really, really great point to make right now.
And these hoes came from TikTok and all this other shit. Now they're multimillionaires. They're arguing over, $1 billion deals. Mm-hmm. And then I see how people will talk about black women on here who are creators and just all the different things. And I'm just like, I even woke up this morning. Today is Jamila's.
She knows it's an open invite. I've made it clear to Dominique that she has an open invite, and I will be sending her this video so she can review it and make sure that if we say anything inaccurate or anything she wants me to tweak, Dominique, if I say anything that's inaccurate that really bothers you, let me know. I will come back and tweak it. I'm doing my best with what I got. Okay.
Happy birthday, Pookie Butt. And I'm just like, I just think about the way that black folks and white folks get to navigate this creator thing, and it fucks my head up. 2, it used to mean 1 million followers meant financial benefit, if not financial wealth in some ways, if you could really think about it. Yeah. We were in the car yesterday and Shamar posted his album cover, and I'm just like, I was telling my mom, I was like, through the ups and downs, like this young man, bitch, keep working. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it started with social media and you're on stage with Cardi B. Like, that's the beauty of it. And in this current space with the creator economy, knowing that virality, and then if you have the strategy to push past virality to have a consistent engagement with social media and the people on social media that love you, love your content, even the people who hate you, because if it's about views and engagement, it will forever gag me that there's people who say some of the shittiest things about me online. I go to their page and it says follow back, right?
Can we be honest about that? I can't tell you how many times there has been a troll who has had me fucked up, and I go to their page to block them because y'all think that y'all can talk to me. I have this thing. If you say something to me online that I know for a fact and you know for a fact you would never say to my fucking face, you might get blocked. Because the audacity it took for you to do that, yeah, you don't need to see me then. If you're that bothered by me, let me unbother you, right? And I can't tell you how many times I've gone to someone's page to block them for being a rude bitch, right? A rude see you next Tuesday, only to find out that it says follow back because they follow me. I thought I ain't shit. I thought I was doing too much. I thought I sucked. Why are you following me then? So yes, trust me, yes, she is speaking right now.
In this current climate, specifically for Black folks of color in this creator economy, and I think Jules really gave the girls a masterclass, and I hope in the next coming months that Harvard or somebody sits down, there's somebody that sits down with her and helps her lay out the education that should come from this. When Jules was demure and demure and mindful, and with Beyonce and all the things, the girls pull back. When Drew gave y'all a part of her, when Jules gave y'all a part of her story of struggle and addiction, people leaned in, because when it comes to the most marginalized people, like, the most love you'll get is when you're in the worst of circumstance.
Absolutely.
And I say that to say, what are we gonna do right now to think about the humanity of Black and brown folks, queer folks, trans folks, marginalized folks in this creator economy kind of ecosystem, when virality and numbers and all those things don't equate to financial gain, but y'all are still treating us like we're Scrooge McDuck. You know what I'm saying?
You guys have no idea how many times my friends have been like, "Oh my God, you're all over my timeline excited." I'm like, I didn't get no money off of that. I have not posted a single clip from the Joe Budden podcast on my Twitter, and literally yesterday on the plane, every time I went like this and my Twitter refreshed, it'd be my face. And I'm looking at it says 52,000 likes, 100,000 views. I'm not getting a penny from any of that. And so for those of us who are not just worried about notoriety and care about impact and financial stability more than just the ego of fame, right? Because fame is an ego stroke a lot of times. What we do and how we get paid are not the same. That's why I work really hard to provide services, because I know that the optics alone are not going to do it. And so imagine being Dominique coming out of Rikers and you're breaking the internet and you're still worried about getting the money on your books and you're still wondering, but how does this translate into my bottom dollar? I get it. This is some wild shit.
Like, I've read some posts about me. Well, Dominique talks online and she knew what she was getting into and all these things. And it's like, that's so much easier to swallow when it's like, I have a bad day, I'm going to fly to London. Bitch, right now, it's like, I have a rough day, bitch, I might be able to go to JJ's. Do you know what I'm saying? And also that...
Oh, Jules, the demure girl who talked about how depressed she was after she went viral and it fueled her addiction. Yes, that Jules got it.
That speaks to also your proximity to the type of earthquake that can happen around you. Like, you can't, yes, you can put your phone down, but like, financial access, being able to ride the wave of capitalism also means you can pull yourself out of the craziness and be able to exist in this kind of celebrity that makes these things a bit more easy to balance, if that makes sense. You know, imagine Kim Kardashian living in Buckhead. You know, imagine Kim Kardashian being at the motherfucking goddamn being at the old lady gang, hanging out in the middle of the craziest of things. That's what it's like to be a creator and to be Black. And then at the same time, I look at how people discuss Jackie, and really,
Jackie Aina.
There's room for people to have critique and thoughts about people, but I think at the core, it's that the very success she always said she wanted to have, she has. And success in itself, your character as a person doesn't have to change, but success in itself will make people feel like you are not who you used to be and you are inaccessible, because success will make you say no about things.
That's one thing I remember. Let me put on something. Y'all know I have this thing about staying moisturized. I feel like I need some hand moisturizer. Where's my lotion, child? My sisters are making fun of me. She's like, you always got some kind of moisturizer around. So one of the things I will say is you got to be really, really careful about making assumptions just because someone's visible. Jay-Z once famously said, "Fame doesn't change you; it changes everybody around you." Success doesn't change you; it can often change everybody around you. Now, I don't agree that fame and success don't change you. I do think they make you more of what you already are. So I will say I don't disagree with him. Right? I think fame, success, love, money, power, all those currencies of superiority, when you are up on those currencies, it reveals who you were all along. A lot of people who be like, "Oh, so and so was such a nice person, and then she got rich or famous, and she became an asshole." No, she was always a bitch. She was just too broke to show it. She needed your resources, your community, your services, your grace, your handouts, etc. So she was too broke to be the bitch that she always was. Now she can afford to tell you to kiss her ass, right? So I do agree with Hope. I don't think that fame changes you. I think it only reveals who you are, and it changes everybody else around you. And a lot of times when I've gone viral, there have been people who, when they would see me out and about, they would see me as so and so's friend, now suddenly centering me like, oh, maybe she is somebody. Who said I was a nobody just because I wasn't viral? I really, really hate that. And I love when Dominique says, yo, imagine if Kim Kardashian was hanging out at the old lady gang surrounded by a bunch of there's a thing that happens with Black people when they become public figures. They're around their people that have been around all the time, but suddenly they're looking at you like you're a weird bird. And they're projecting on you that you must think you're better than them when the entire time you just came to pick up your pizza order. And now you're having to figure out, do I want to pander to show them that I'm the same person? Or do I say, fuck it, y'all, believe what you want? So I agree with Dominique. It is an exhausting and weird space to be a Black person on the rise in any way, because Black people are not empowered enough to separate from their community. And a lot of us don't want to separate from our community because we love our community. And though we also have to deal with the envy, resentment, critique, curiosity, and disdain that comes from being in proximity to people physically who have nothing in common with you intellectually, mentally, spiritually, etc. Right? It's tricky. And it's one of those things where it's hard to complain because they're like, oh, it must be nice. Look at you complaining from up there. Maybe up there, I'm still in the mezzanine. What are you talking about? But yeah, there's no real safe way to talk about it without seeming self-aggrandizing. So the fact that she's being this vulnerable when she knows there are so many haters and hyenas waiting to clip her up, it's brave of her.
Have to say no. Success will make you feel like, hey, like it'll let you know that there's certain shit you used to do that you ain't got to do no more. Yeah. It gives you the ability to have room to learn about yourself. Y'all, the most privileged people are aha gurus because it takes money to not have to move all day and sit there and sit with yourself. You can't sit with yourself when you work in the drive-thru at Burger King, bitch. I've done it. You can't sit with yourself when you in hustle and grind mode. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Lord will give you moments, but you don't even got the time to write the motherfucking aha down that the Lord gave you.
Yeah, it's happened a lot to me. Yeah.
That's why they normalize the way that they keep Black folks in church, because it's the few. I think a lot of Black folks go to church because it's the few times that they can sit still and sit with their thoughts, and the world doesn't shame them for it.
That's a bar.
You just better hope that you don't get caught up by that system. And that's a whole nother topic, huh? Mm-hmm. And you're 100% right. And I think that that's where the delicate balance of...
Let's look at the comment that she's responding to. This comment says, I think the creators need to be honest then. The more successful Black creator gets, the less they talk about things that impact the audience they built their platform on. Because in today's political climate, et cetera, et cetera. That's true. But here's the thing though, right? If people are going on a journey with you, they have to be willing to go on a journey with you. I understand that you built your platform on a certain thing, but a lot of times y'all say she's abandoned her audience. Did she really abandon her audience, or did she keep evolving and her audience didn't come with her? There's a difference. Some people abandon their audiences. Some people naturally and organically evolve, and we don't give them the grace to come with them. So it depends on who you're talking about. It really does depend.
Authenticity and like how people are defining authenticity. I'm on my iPad and I don't know what it's catching and what it's not catching. So I don't need to. Anyway, that authenticity piece is there, and transparency. And what I can tell you is that as someone who has acquired various levels of financial access and success over the last 5 years or so, you're trained to be more private about it.
Yeah.
About what you have and what you don't have. Because a lot of the times you don't got it and you have to pretend like you have it in order to get more of it. So there's been times where I have spent everything I have.
Well, this is interesting. She's right. When you don't have it, but you're trying to, they always say dress for the job you want. Sometimes when you don't have it, but you're trying to create the air that you will attract it, you almost have to pretend you have what you don't have so you can be validated. And then the irony is, once you do have what you said you always had, now you have to downplay it so people don't think that you're sedity. So it's like you almost got to front a little bit on the way up, and you got to front a little bit when you get up there. Because God forbid now you think I'm rich or whatever, and you dehumanize me. It is a weird conundrum. I think for me, the minute I started making really good money, I was transparent with my community and my close circle immediately. I could see the shock in their faces, like, why are you telling us how much you make? Because I want to get to the part where you know how much I make and how well I'm doing, so I can tell right now if you're a Judas. I want to find out as soon as possible if you're a hating ass bitch. I'm going to tell you how much I'm up right now as someone who has close proximity to me, because I want to look into your eyes and see, can you be happy for me, or is the hating going to begin now? Let's get it over with if it's the latter. And it shocked people, right? People are like, Blue, why are you telling people? I need you niggas to reveal yourselves immediately. If you are down to build with me, let's build. If you're going to be a jealous ass bitch, well, I'm just getting started. You're going to die mad because I'm just getting started. Yeah? So I do agree that there's a certain level of smoke and mirrors that exist for safety, not manipulation, when you're in an ecosystem where you know that you're getting blessed in ways that everybody around you isn't.
Have to like pay for hair, pay for glam and stuff to make the next money. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Now, I may be a nasty check, but
child, I'm not rich, and I make more than a lot of your favorite celebrities, and I'm not rich. It's not a flex. It's a sad fact. So yes, I know a lot of celebrities who I make way more money than them, and they are people. They walk into the room, people start crying. And who the fuck am I, right? So I need y'all to understand that celebrities are currency, but it's not the same as money. And celebrity doesn't always equate to money. And a lot of times talent doesn't equate to money. Y'all make a lot of assumptions about who got it and who don't. And y'all be wrong way more than you think.
But also, these people, these creators, especially this creator shit, like in the traditional consultancy world, you can have a little bit more control. But when Amazon reaches out to you and they're like, we're going to pay you $10,000 to do this video, but it's a net 45. It's like, yeah, you got that coming, but you got to make it 45 days.
So those who don't know what net 45 means, net means net 30, net 60, net 45, net 90. I think net 90 should be illegal. Net means we're going to pay you this amount of days after you submit the invoice. So you do the work, you're done. And unlike a 9-to-5 where you get paid every week, bi-weekly or once a month, you don't get paid until that window has closed. So it's like if it's net 30, they have up to 30 days after the invoice to pay you. Net 60, they have up to 2 months. Can you imagine doing work in April that you're not going to get paid for till July? Can you imagine it's the end of April, you do a job, and you know it's going to be July 4th before you can even think about getting that money, and now you have to figure out how to survive for those 2 months, even though you already did the work? I hate net 45. I hate it all, child.
But you got to do all this until then, and you got to keep your numbers up until then. It's like and people are making assumptions, and people are seeing you do things, and it's interesting.
Yes, please like and hype the live, particularly because the subject matter is a Black trans woman, and I want to make sure that this video, more so than the others, is very, very visible, because I think we're having a conversation that is humanizing Dominique and her community in a way that I don't think a lot of people take time to. Most people, I told you guys, I'm not an ambulance chaser. People have been talking about Dominique for a month now. I waited till my good sis was out, safe, and spoke her truth before I said a fucking peep, right? We don't want to be sensational. We want you to sip on Dominique and her story and her humanity and her brilliance and how important she is to the culture before we get to the part that's salacious that a lot of people came here for.
But I completely agree. Being more honest, and not just honest in the hard times, honest in the good times. Yeah. That's something that I try to do. Like, bitch, you see this is what it took. And that's why I'm being really intentional about the conversations I'm having just right now in period. And not just what people are telling me they want me to talk about for me. Like, you have to define authenticity and transparency, because if you set the standard, you will hold yourself to the standard. A lot of people are holding themselves to standards that other people gave them, and that's why it feels oppressive. Mm-hmm. And authenticity and transparency should not feel oppressive. It actually should feel liberating. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
Yeah. What's up, y'all? Spiritual whistleblower here.
So while all this amazing shit is happening, this woman, y'all know how I feel about harbingers of chaos. This woman who is one of these straight women who hate trans women, who was in alignment with the DL Whisperer, who we talked about earlier. DL Whisperer is in jail, and this, I almost called her the B word. This lady is now reporting. This was the day that Dominique came out. Was reporting about Dominique from outside the jail. This stalker ass, hating ass, weird lurker bitch, right? She was literally reporting as if she worked for TMZ, knowing that she hates all trans women. So listen to how she talks about Dominique the day, I think it was the day of her sentencing.
Reporting from Brooklyn, downtown, just came out of the courtroom. Witness Dominique Morgan sentencing. Dominique Morgan was sentenced to 5 years probation. Also found out too that allegedly he's been harassing the people at Oprah while he was locked up. He, she, whatever.
Do you see the misgendering? I'm gonna have to play the dogs after I play her, but do you see how the energy just got nasty the minute she started talking? After Dominique was being light and whimsical and lovely, and then deep and introspective and vulnerable. In the midst of all this amazing stuff that Dominique is doing, this is what this bitch is doing.
I don't hear nobody say I'm misgendering shit right now. Bottom line is this: Dominique and TS set up the DL Whisperer, and justice still must be served. Okay, DL Whisperer should be free. So keep the DL Whisperer in prayers. I want to say a special shout out, thank you to the supporters that came out today in support of the DL Whisperer and all the survivors of domestic violence around the world. Right now, a lot going on. Free the DL Whisperer. This has got to stop. The misogyny has to stop against women. That's all I'm going to say.
I can't be the only one who finds this crazy. I think this is crazy. It's like obsession mixed with dedication, but overall just very psychotic. Outside of the courthouse wearing Free the DL Whisperer t-shirts, going into the courtroom, I think, because she had a full rundown. Y'all have too much time. First of all, do you know these people in real life? Because I feel like the only reason why people know each other is due to social media, and this is how you are acting over somebody who you know through social media is nuts to me. I don't. And it's as if you're trying to stand for a cause, and you're so mad because she's stealing from the, transgender community, but then in the same breath, you're still mislabeling her, but then you are outside of the courthouse acting like you're fighting for a cause. I don't get it. It's the poodle look for me. I'm looking like a poodle. Either way, y'all, this is crazy. And I can spot crazy from a mile away. Y'all really got to take a break from the internet sometimes, because I think it's destroying. It's destroying people. Like, why would you even be outside of the court?
Okay, this is the...
So back to Dominique. The reason why I interrupted Dominique to show that is because the very next video is Dominique addressing the spiritual whistleblower. What a horrible name. And because that could have been used for such better use, and you really just, ugh. So I wanted you guys to see that so you could get a sense of who Dominique is responding to. Now, the video that comes next is Dominique's responding to a comment that says, "So auntie, can you please go shut that spiritual whisperer ass up? Here she goes with another rant about being in that courthouse with you. Huh? Obsessed much? Now we're caught up. Okay, 40%, we're caught up. Let's see what Dominique has to say about this."
The only thing I'm going to say about this lady, because I blocked her last year with the shit with Madison. There is no shutting her up, because she is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
No, yeah.
And again, when people don't comprehend colorism, if the spiritual whistleblower was a dark-skinned black woman, niggas would have stopped listening to her. She light-skinned, and when she want to put on, and when she want to walk into Mac and trick them into putting on a little face paint, she gives my third cousin is an AKA, and she let me come to the event tease.
Ooh. She just called her a third tier light skin. Oop, Dominique.
The only spirit she speaks to are the spirits of niggas' children that she's let shoot up inside of her.
Oh my God.
I am blind as fuck. I need to get my LASIK redone. Usually when I'm out, I'm wearing contacts. Y'all know I wear my broke ass glasses around the house. So when I went in, I didn't want to take the glasses and I didn't want to deal with it. I was just like, bitch, if a nigga get close enough for me to see them, that means I'm supposed to swing. So when I went into the courtroom that day, actually, I expected to get in early that morning. Monroe flew in on the 28th, right? So I'm down at Kings County Court. They take me up after lunch because I guess last minute there was a murder trial. So they knew I was going home. Like there was never a question about me coming home. The question was, and I might as well just say this. So the question was this. The judge made them offer the 30 days. I was offered the 30 days in December of 2025. The indictment came down October of 2024. The first hearing was December of 2024. In that hearing, they offered 6 months in jail. And that's when I knew that this was a fucking game. They wouldn't give me the motherfucking discovery or anything. I'm going to talk more about that later tonight before I do the big interview tomorrow that I'm going to announce once we get the final promo image. Then the next hearing was March of 2025. It was like March 5th. The judge told my attorney, because I was flying into New York for all of this, that I did not need to be there. Not be virtual. I did not have to attend that hearing on the 5th of March. Then the next hearing was scheduled for June 11th of 2025. They canceled it. Then it was September of 2025. They canceled it.
Oh, okay. Now they're playing with her time. They spent all these years building up this case, and now the goalpost keeps moving. And every time she's supposed to go to New York, mind you, she lives in Atlanta, but this is based in on a job that she had where she was working. You know how I'm bi-coastal? I spent 3 weeks in LA, 1 week on the East Coast. She had a job where she was spending 3 weeks of the month in Atlanta, and then would spend 1 week in New York for this job. So even though she lives in Atlanta, the people at the Okra Project are based in New York. So this is a long distance case, despite the fact that it's about a job that she had. Am I catching you guys up? I want to make sure that you guys understand why this is based in New York, even though she lives in Atlanta. All right, let's continue.
So it didn't go from 6 to 90. The 6 months was there, and I kept asking for discovery. Discovery is because instead of them just charging me, because this was county, this was not a federal case, this was a county case, okay, that they spent 2 years asking them to put together. My last day at the Okra Project was August 3rd of 2022. I moved to Atlanta August 2nd of 2022. Okay, I was 40 years old when this shit started. I'm 44 now. The September hearing was canceled. Then the next one was I think it was an October date. I think that's when the DO Whisperer had locked into it. It was an October date. We went in October. No, October was the first time they offered the 30 days. And I was like, bitch, if y'all offering 30 days, bitch, offer 0 days. Yeah. Bitch, like, what is y'all talking about? Like, fuck is, I still don't have discovery.
And discovery is how you audit the merit of what's being put against you. Like, I'm supposed to have an opportunity to audit whatever evidence you have so I can see what I'm working with. And if you still don't have discovery, what are we doing right now?
This is a year from the indictment. I still have not seen any of the evidence that they have against me. I'm not making any decisions. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Exactly.
They didn't get warrants. They never checked my bank account. All these things were from social media. That's why the price of my closet fluctuated, because when California Closets built the closet, shit was online. That closet was $32,000. It wasn't $19,000. And it's not about gloating. It's like this, the facts. Again.
Yes, the story that's going around is Dominique Morgan stole $100,000 from a nonprofit meant to take care of trans women and used that money to build a $19,000 closet. So she's just a sadity grifter and a scam artist. That was the story, right? So the closet that she keeps mentioning is they're saying that I stole $100,000 from disenfranchised Black and brown trans women just to build a closet. And she's like, bitch, not only did I not steal the money to build the closet was twice as expensive as you think it was. Low-key a flag.
We're gonna put all the screenshots on Substack. I'm gonna do the girls will get their things, and then bitches will have to do their, and I'm going on Threads and on Instagram, on every platform, I'm gonna do an image that lays out where you can find your information.
SW is spiritual whistleblower, the nutty bitch that we just showed a video of who was attacking Dominique Morgan because she's transphobic.
And then I'm done. Okra, if you bring okra in the house, it only lasts a week.
Ooh! That's what I
Then I'm done. I've given you everything. And like I told a friend earlier today, the girls put it into the justice system. Based on that, I don't owe a bitch nothing. I've served what the state wanted me to serve.
She does make a point. If you said that you wanted accountability and you wanted accountability through legal recourse, and the legal recourse was to me to spend 30 days in jail, it's happened. We're done. Yeah? If what you wanted was accountability through legal means, not community restitution, like you wanted the legal version of accountability, and y'all agreed, and we all agreed I was going to do 30 days, on day 31, when I'm still saying I'm innocent, we ain't got shit else to talk about. This is a perfect example. Why did I name this video What the Reactions Dominique Morgan Says About All of Us? We're going to get more into that when we get into the specifics of how Dominique even ended up in prison. But I need you guys to already be sitting with the fact, and we talk about this quite often, a lot of times when people resent you for your glory, for your lovability, for your impact, for your influence, and they see you fumble and they say, I want accountability, what they actually want is your dignity. What they actually want is for you to be as broken as they already feel, so they can finally be above you instead of feeling like they're below you. A lot of times you guys use accountability as a smokescreen for deleting people, for punishing people. Accountability doesn't have to be punitive. It has to be righteous, right? If I make you whole, if I make it right, then what is the fucking issue? Oh, you wanted my dignity. You wanted me to hate myself. You wanted me to be embarrassed. You wanted me to depressed. And you also wanted my public, my community, the people who call themselves my extended family to stop loving me. You didn't want accountability. You wanted me to die. What Dominique's story is teaching a lot of us in real time, in Technicolor, on 4K Wi-Fi, is that a lot of times people who are nasty and disgusting will scream accountability when they really want your head. Because the lady did her time. She did her 30 days. So what is the issue? You've embarrassed her. She got dragged for a whole month without being able to defend herself. Imagine if somebody grabbed Dominique Morgan right now, tied her hands behind her back, and told those girls from the Oka Project, you get to spit on her face every day for 30 days and she can't say anything back. That happened. You had 30 days and 30 nights to spit in her face. And now that she's out, you're mad. You're not mad because there was no accountability. You're mad we still love her. You're not mad there was no accountability. You're mad she still has her dignity and her light. You tried to snuff her light, and by God, unintentionally, you might have made it brighter. That's why they're fucking mad. But let's continue the video.
If that's how y'all want to play it, not the girls thought you was gonna put me in Rikers and we was gonna do a healing circle. Yo mama, bitch. Anyway, October, the 30 days was offered. Yeah. Ain't nothing. I ain't seen no discovery yet, bitch. I find out then that one of the girls, there was the grand jury, the grand jury evidence and the discovery consists of 3 Black trans women testifying at the grand jury. One was the founder of the Okra Project, one was the current executive director of the Okra Project, and one was the deputy director that I hired that became the executive director after she put me out, that was fired less than 4 months after she put me out.
Ooh, we're gonna get into that.
Okay? I get the grand jury testimony in December. The court date was at December, whatever that date was in December, when the whisper was like, oh, bitch, you going to jail. I get the grand jury testimony. There's, the December 2024 hearing, it was December 18th. I didn't know who it was. They said one person in the grand jury testimony had asked for a protection order on their name. So that's why I did not get the discovery. When I got the discovery,
by the way, the person who asked for protection order, her name, said that she used the word gagged while talking about her. So that example I gave about, imagine if I said, oh, I'm about to gag Gia, and Gia goes to the court and says, Blue threatened my life. She threatened to choke me because I said gagged. as urban vernacular, that actually literally happened to Dominique.
December of 2025, there was a three statements. One girl's name was X'd out, and I knew who it was in there. All right, cool. I look at the discovery. I'm like, these bitches are lying. These bitches are colluding against me. I'm like, so it's a he she versus he she situation. Was going to be, bitch. It's Trump's America, mind you. I was indicted the week before Trump was elected.
Ooh.
Nobody's, but it's cool. Girls are motherfucking y'all Columbo when y'all want to be, bitch. Really, and Dominique. So that's December. We do Brandy and Monica. I go to see my best friend in Dallas for New Year's. That's when I decide, bitch, I'm tired. It's been 4 years.
4 years.
Mind you, I don't have a paid attorney. This is a public defender.
Oh no, Dominique.
Didn't have a paid attorney. This is okay. I'm like, okay, what do I want to do? I'm like, I want to be done. I want to be done.
Yeah.
Things are happening. Life is moving. February 11th, I accept the plea. So wait a minute. The 30 days is offered in December. February, it's offered in October. December, I was like, if it's 30 days, we can do less than that. I asked my attorney to push it back. My attorney can only make that request in court because the Judge Chun, forced them to offer me the 30 days. And
so do you hear this? The judge looked at the actual facts of the case, looked at the merit of whatever was presented, and forced them to agree to 30 days as a way of a compromise because there wasn't enough to work with. Mind you, this is allegedly a larceny case for $100K. And Dominique Morgan is a felon. Do you know how weak a case has to be for a judge to force you to offer 30 days to a felon who you're accusing of $100,000? The only way that would happen is if you are a dog with a bone who won't let it go but don't actually have a case. Her past plus the amount of money alleged to have been taken would be enough for Dominique to still be in jail right now if there was any merit. Can we discuss that? A Black trans woman who former felon who stole $100,000 to build a closet? This should be open and shut if it was true.
So my attorney could not talk to Judge Chun about the offer because it would be an ex parte conversation. In the December hearing, Judge Chun, they went up and talked to Judge Chun, the prosecutor and my attorney, and Judge Chun went back on the record and said, Miss Morgan, there's not a world where you will not go to jail if you take the plea. And I knew then this was about humbling me and this was a request from the girls of the Okra Project.
Do you hear that? The judge says, I've been trying to find a compromise and they're insisting that you be locked up. They want your dignity. There's not accountability. A nonviolent crime with no actual proof, and yet you want my dignity. Bitch.
Another tidbit, that a larceny charge can only be put on someone when the victim is asking for the charge to be put on. So the idea.
So yes, you know how when it comes to domestic violence or terrorism, it doesn't matter what the victim says, they're going to move forward. For larceny, the victim actually has to consent. That
this was the prosecutor making them do this is a complete and utter lie. Look it up.
Yeah.
Okay? So when he told me that, I was like, well, bitch, this is the best it's going to get, or I'm going to take it to trial. I'm like, then I need to switch to a paid attorney. We met with the attorneys, and when the indictment first came down, I stayed in New York for 2 days. These attorneys were asking for $100,000. It was a lot going on, right? And also, every time something good happens, like my life is moving forward in the midst of this, it's craziness going on. I'm trying to speak faster because I'm getting close to the end. So then I decide I'm going to take the plea. February 11th, I make the plea. You know, everything goes up. Tasha K feel like she having all this shit with Madison, all this other bullshit, bitch. The day I flew home from New York is the day I opened my phone and said I will be at South by Southwest. The next day, God made it so. And I knew these bitches wasn't going to have nothing on me. Did I know if I could handle it? I didn't know, but I know I've survived everything else that was put in front of me. So the spiritual whistleblower, hold on, we're going to have to do this in parts. Okay, so I ended with me deciding to take the plea, came home, literally sat my back down, got on the couch and said, I want to be at South by Southwest. All right. So I took the plea on February 11th. And then the gag is, I also took the plea because I was tired I can't tell you the last time in my life. Hold on, let me put.
This is tricky, guys. If I was innocent of a crime, and not only innocent of a crime, but had been betrayed by the very people that I put on. We're going to get into it. We're getting closer to the part where we go through the case. If the people who I fed bit the hand that fed them and resented the fact that I became famous after leaving them and wanted to put me in jail to rob me of my dignity and steal the audience that I cultivated through just being authentically myself, and I was told either I pay $100,000 of my own money to fight the case and risk it still not going in my favor, or I go away for a month and I get my life back when I come out. Y'all, can we sit with that conundrum for a second? That is a rough position to be put in. Somebody said, baby, I was going to wait to move until next year. I feel I will move now December because hell no. Nah. Yeah. Somebody said, oh wow. So India more, even more now. Let me see what. So now, oh wow. So India more, even more. Oh, she's saying fuck India more, even more now. Yes. Why was she so catty unnecessarily while a black woman is going through this publicly? I would be a liar if I didn't say this has me looking at India crazy. I would. And mind you, these are trans women doing it to other trans women. What did I say? I get very angry when the call is coming from inside the house.
My do not disturb on so a bitch don't call me and say nothing stupid. I can't tell you the last time a bitch has had a whole card to pull on me.
Yeah.
I came out when I was 12. I was not the motherfucker in high school hiding around. I like you ain't ever been able to be like, ooh, got you, bitch.
By the way, I'm a hard got you as well. I've had people confess to me that it's annoying how hard and rare it is to have a gotcha with me, and when you do, I don't be pressed about it. When you are someone who is incorruptible and lives and dies by a code of ethics to a fault, right? And you point out the lack of integrity in other people, there are a group of people who are sexually aroused by the thought of one day humbling you. I'm sure there are people who jerk off. There are people who masturbate thinking about my demise. I'm clear about it. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. And so I still know it's a fact. And I'm nowhere near as visible as Dominique Morgan. So, and I also am not a trans girl who Dominique Morgan saw at her lowest, right? My mother once told me, because I said, Mommy, why is it when I help people, it's the folks who I help the most who betray me the most? I don't understand. If you can come along, you should be happy that I took you along. I'm thinking resentment comes from being left behind. Why is it always people who I try to bring with me who have betrayed me the most? And my mother, I'll never forget when she looked me in my eyes, she said, baby, some people are so miserable, they resent you even have it to give, even though you're giving it to them. They resent you have a surplus to even give from. That shit was such an eye-opener to me. I was like, I'm thinking the giving is a good thing. Why are you mad at the giving? I'm not realizing you're mad that I had it to give. I think the young ladies that Dominique was betrayed by, in my opinion, were angry that she was a felon. She was a trans girl. She had barely started her transition. She couldn't even pass yet, honey. And yet she had it to give. Nasty work.
Even though I was not hiding anything, it felt like I could not exist, or I couldn't even have a comment online without people bringing this up. It's like, bitch, this shit's been here. I'm tired. Mm-hmm. I'm tired. In the middle of all of this.
India Moore is the really pretty actress from Pose who played one of the lead roles in Ryan Murphy's show Pose. So look up India Moore, Pose, P-O-S-E, and you'll see she's very beautiful.
Bitch, I'm tired. Utterly exhausted. I've been on dating apps and men have been like, you know what, I hope everything is going okay. Okay, nigga, you don't even know my sign. But like, it's.
Wait, is Dominique here? Hold on. Don't make me cry because y'all know how much I care. Dominique, are you here? Oh my God, you're here. Dominique, I'm so happy you're here because I'm getting so angry. And I was telling the girls I was going to send you the video so that you could fact check me because I could only do what I could do from the internet. But oh, I'm getting so emotional and so angry. I'm getting so emotional and so angry. There's something about people who will eat from the hand and then bite it. We've been talking about this the last hour. I want to make sure we get to the part where we talk about the interview that you did. I'm talking to you like you're on the screen, but I want to get to make sure that we talk. Everybody's so happy. You guys, please shower Dominique with love. And also, please do me a favor, because Dominique's in here, go follow her page. That's the whole point of us doing this, is we want to have a place where, as an ally, we're centering people. Allies don't ever center themselves. So please center Dominique and go to her page and follow it immediately, because, I'm lost without a coin. Dominique, I'm going to extend it to you again. There is an invite if you ever want to come on the show. Maybe we could do it tomorrow if you want. Let me know if you want to come on here and speak on your own behalf after we do this, because I do want you to have a moment to do it, but I also know that you're tired. So if you don't want to do it, please, this is not pressure. It's just me letting you know that the offer was very, very intentional and very, very sincere. Okay? You guys, please love on Dominique while we love on Dominique.
It was too much. I did not intend to create an online presence in this way. I promise you. Mm-hmm. Once I saw it, I leaned in, but that was not my plan.
So do you hear what she's saying about once she saw it, she leaned in? One of the things I recognize from content creators who are in the space of being authentic is there are so many people who lie and connive and contrive in order to be seen. And nobody still gives a fuck about them. Then there are people who are naturally themselves and God gives them the world. I think part of the reason why some of the girls have resentment towards Dominique is because of the absence of struggle when it comes to fame and notoriety. They're thinking she didn't audition. There are girls right now who are auditioning for shows that they will never be cast on. She didn't audition. She didn't tap dance. She didn't code switch, right? She didn't shun. She was authentically herself, caftan, bonnet and all. And how did she get to a place that I was intentionally going unintentionally? I do believe that some of the ire comes from that. Because when she says, I was just sharing stuff that I would share in the group chat, and the world seemed to have a great reaction to me being authentic, and now I have a following, there's a girl somewhere who has been working really hard to be a content creator for about 5 years who's like, this bitch, why her and not me?
My thought was, if I never worked again in the space that I was working in, I had done some great things.
Yeah.
I had accomplished things that girls had never and probably will never. Not to even to my own harm, bitch. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. My resume and my list of accomplishments is immaculate. These bitches can't hold me. They can say they more beautiful than me, titties, all that shit. You bitches can't outwork me. You never have been able to outwork me. And that's the motherfucking secret sauce, bitch. No.
Do you know how, and I'm smiling because, do you know how radical it is to see a Black woman, any kind of Black woman, particularly a racially unambiguous Black trans woman, be able to pop their shit and be factually accurate, and there's a space where it's allowed without her being shamed? Y'all don't understand. There are so many things we've gotten wrong in this world, but I do believe, and I believe this strongly, that when we build community with people who used to be in the margins and now they're being centered in a way that they weren't previously in history, we're allowed to see miracles. And there's a miracle in this, right? I said earlier, it would have been so easy. In fact, you know what? Because Dom is here, let's actually just go right to my notes. Because, baby, I watched that whole 2-hour live, honey. The notes are noting. So let's go straight into our notes about what I saw. And Dominique, I'm going to share what I saw. If I miss anything, and also if you get tired and go to bed and you can't finish it because you're in Atlanta, so you're on the East Coast, that's fine. Come back. Let me know if I missed anything, because I do care about accuracy. What I saw was when she went to the Femme Queens Crazy Sexy Cool podcast on Sunday. And when she was on that podcast, it was 2 young ladies, Tabitha and Asia, right? Tabitha and Asia Snowden, I think her name was. And it felt like good cop, bad cop. When me and Jessie Wu used to do our deep dives of Love Island, I'd be like, all right, who's going to be good cop today? Who's going to be bad cop? Meaning there's an argument for one side, there's an argument for the other side. Let's play both sides so we can get the whole room covered, right? So it felt to me, even though I think Dominique is cool with all of, somebody said add her now. Can we add her? Hold on. Oh, she's willing to join now. Oh, hell yeah. Hold on. Dominique, do I have your number? Hold on. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to find the copy link now. Hold on. I love this. It's been so long since I've added somebody. I'm going to get the copy link now. Okay, StreamYard copied. I'm going to text it to myself. Y'all, Auntie is so, I know I'm being an auntie right now, but Wait, why can't I send it to myself? I'm going to put it in my notes. I'm going to put it in my notes app. Perfect. And now that it's in my notes app, it's going to pop up on my phone. My iMessage is broken, guys. This is why I'm doing it like this. It's going to pop up in my phone, and I'm going to DM Dominique on whatchamacallit, on TikTok. Dominique, go on TikTok, love. I'm about to send you the link right now on TikTok. Let me do why won't it let me copy and paste? Bitch, I don't want to go to the link myself. I want to go. There we go. Select. There we go. The link has been copied. Let me open up TikTok. Y'all, I got a new phone too, so show me some grace that it's taking me a little bit longer. Ciao. Why is there music playing? Inbox. There we go. All right. When's the last time? Oh, Duran. Hey, what's up, Duran? All right. Ciao. Dominique, love, send me a DM right now so I can find you, because my inbox is flooded because of fucking Joe Budden podcast clips. So now I can't find Dominique because, hold on, inbox. My inbox is flooded. How do I create? There we go. All right. Dominique, I'll go open up your inbox right now. I'm sending you the link. All right, Dominique, you officially have the link, my love. You have the link so that you'll be able to join us. Because the only thing I want better than a Dominique Morgan video is Dominique Morgan in real life. Like, hello. I'm so happy. Oh, she got it. I see she's writing. What are you writing, sis? 2 seconds. Okay. She's gathering herself, honey. Let her adjust her titties and get her wig straight and all the stuff that I be doing before I come on here. Child, I'm so shiny from yelling at Comcast all day. Y'all don't understand, because I have this light, this bright light facing my face. I be getting so shiny. Y'all, I am so excited that Dominique gets to speak for herself. Oh, I'm so excited about this. Also, before we have Dominique come on, and by the way, maybe it's a good thing that we did take a break and came on later so that we had a time to let this breathe. Let's let the dogs play for a second, because we've been talking about hating ass bitches for a long time. Let's play the dogs for a second. We love live programming. One more time for the people in the back. Dogs be working. I don't know why those dogs work so well. Every time I feel like I'm about to cuss a bitch out and catch a case. All right, while we wait for Dominique to join us, because we want her to take the time to make sure that she's camera ready, because this is on the fly, right? Let me go over what I saw until she comes on. So Dominique decides that she's going to go on with women who are in her own community, because it's a family conversation that she wants to happen in the family first, right? Totally understandable. And so she's talking to Asia and Tabitha. And from what I'm seeing, it feels like Tabitha decided that she was going to be bad cop, asking all the tough questions that the girls want to hear. And Asia would be the more supportive friends, right? So I'm watching it, and, you know, I'm a Taurus. We're very protective. So even though I know Tabitha's role, some of them questions, I was like, girl, what you trying to say? So I had to tell myself, this is her friend who's playing a role and being objective, because, you know, and that's me calling myself out, right? So Tabitha, I apologize. I understand your role, but we really are protective of Dominique. So one of the things that Dominique said at first was that when people are saying, we don't care if Dominique robbed 87 banks, we love her, ride or die. What Dominique said was, I never asked for blind support. And I thought that was so impactful. I'm getting shivers, because I think so many people think that when you have a big personality, you also have a fragile ego. And what if I told you that some people with big personalities have small egos? I can't tell you how many therapists and friends I've had who be like, Blue, you have one of the biggest personalities I know, but one of the smallest egos. It's so weird. The lack of ego of Dominique and the brilliance and the personality, a lot of folks cannot conceive that one can exist in the presence of the other. Those are not mutually exclusive. So she said, I never asked you to blindly support me. I never asked you to say, well, I could have done it all, but yet so what, and be cavalier. So I thought that was a really, really great note for her to start the interview. Dominique, honey, you ready now? I see you getting your pillows ready and whatnot. Okay, we're about to have Dominique on, guys. I'm so excited about this. By the way, how funny is it that you guys have been asking for Dominique for forever, and God waited until a moment like this? Because one of the things I will say is the minute, and I want to be honest about me being a little bit manipulative on purpose, right? As the producer who is used to producing content and not being in front of the camera, I still think like a producer. The minute I saw how viral my Joe Budden clips were, I said, if I was ever going to have Dominique's back, this is the best time because there are so many fresh eyes on my page. So it's not a coincidence that as I'm thanking Joe Budden, I'm saying not too fucking much on Dominique. To me, if you're going to be an ally, any privilege you have, you use it to help the people that you're in allyship with, right? So for those who are like, Blue, why did you give Dominique a shout out in your Joe Budden thank you? Because I knew it would make y'all show up. And look, it worked. All right, so we're going to bring her to the stage. You guys, coming up is our good girlfriend, Dominique motherfucking Morgan. Yay!
Praise the Lord, everybody. Can y'all hear
How do
me?
you feel?
I feel good, child. I literally was laying there. Like I've been my body shifted to this. Breakfast is in like 4 hours
Oh, okay.
in Rikers.
Oh my gosh.
And I feel like I've learned a lot of, everyone's like 21 days is how you make new habits.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm feeling it in my body, right? I've even held off on starting my ADHD medication again because I've been on ADHD medication since 2017.
Oh wow.
And I didn't even ask them about my Adderall because I didn't want to like get my hopes up that they would medicate me, and just getting a baseline, right? And just getting a baseline. So my body has just been I had a process where I would pray before I went to bed. I would write, I would journal. And so I was laying there and like, the people that I feel like the world sees as my peers in some way are the people I follow and I watch and I have followed and watch. So like I've watched your content forever. So I just was scrolling and saw you was live, bitch, and I happened to see my face. Like literally that's what it gave. Cause I was cause I watched your video on the Torre whole thing because I had slightly missed that and I had to write my article for Madame Noir, and I was like, so you're literally like on my notification. So it
I
was
love
just
that.
it was the universe. It was nobody sent, how sometimes people send stuff to you, they be messy.
Mm-hmm.
I literally was scrolling, watching my He-Man spoilers, and I was like, bitch, that's me. Let me tap
That's
in.
my whole face.
Yeah. So no, I was laying there and I was like, no, why wait? Because I get messages of people like, oh, I want to see you and Blue sit down and have a conversation.
Same.
And I feel like the conversation y'all want us to have is something where we need to be in space. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to sit down and like key.
Hell yeah, have a drink.
No shade, and like really give the girls the things and what have you. So I was like, no, I'm also being very thoughtful about who I talk with,
Yeah.
in what way, and not because I want anyone to, like I said about the Femme Queen, Crazy Sexy Cool. It's not about creating like a space where I can't be challenged, because I could have just opened up my phone and dialogued myself if that was the case.
Yep.
But places where people care about creating spaces for people to get information,
Yeah.
where people can then make their own decision, not where people are coming and being told what could happen. I've been very clear about that, where it's like, I think where the Okra Project is struggling, and like they're doing this, like they're finally coming from behind the veil on Friday. And I said that I was like, because y'all can't keep putting these slideshows up. And so they're doing a conversation. They can't, like,
The shade of the carousel.
you can't keep doing that, because I put myself out there for the world to bear.
Yeah.
And so people are going to get to the point where they're like, well, where are the human beings in this? So they're doing that Friday. And that's why all of the deep receipts are being put on Substack 3 hours before. So when they're live, I'm giving y'all information. I want y'all to ask questions. As much as I've been asked questions, I want you to ask them questions. And I want you to infer, like, hey, this isn't this, you know what I'm saying? Like, I haven't come here to be like, you need to see things this way. If you don't see things this way, it's a problem. I've been like, girl, this is what happened. This is what happened to me. This is my space, because I knew I was gonna have to keep screenshots for 5 years. I knew I knew that I was, and I went through investigations at my next job where I was moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, this has been 4 years of hell, and that's just now being shown to the world, and being shown to the world at a time where the world decided that I had a value outside of this place of labor in activism that I thought was going to be like, this was it. I was like, this is what I do.
But you were
So,
a resource. You weren't a person, though. One of the things I realized watching is they didn't treat her like a person. They treated her like a resource to take from, but not give back to a lot of times, it sounded like.
and to be fair and to be accountable, I showed up as a resource
Mhm.
because y'all, I don't know if you've seen, like, it's been like the biological women privilege conversation that's happening on TikTok. I don't know if you've seen it. So,
No.
it's a thing where somebody must have said, like, cis women have privilege being born cis or something like that. A conversation that should not happen on. Anyway, it's really mixy. It's a fucking mess.
Mhm.
But I said today, I was like, I think about my privilege because how dare I talk about the privilege of others if I can't demonstrate the ability to itemize it myself?
Amen.
Blue, I transitioned at 38. I transitioned to pandemic.
You wait a minute. I want you guys to sit with that. 38. So you had a full life.
Had a full life. I'm 44. So I started my transition March 23rd of 2020. So I was already the executive director, but I was already the ED of a global nonprofit. I already had a master's from Georgetown. I already was a Kaplan Award winner. Like, I already had these things that I know some of those things came to me because the world perceived me as male. So I thought about that. So transitioning at that point, within a year of my transition, I was the first global model for Apple. Like, I launched the Apple Pride Band. I launched that.
Oh my God.
So, and that was the first moment where the girls got mad at me because I heard what you were saying, and a lot of people are finally tapping in of, well, who is this bitch? Where did this bitch come? And I moved to Atlanta 4 years ago. This is happening, and I'm a bitch from Omaha, Nebraska. I'm in Omaha. They're
You
like,
moved to Atlanta during the pandemic?
I moved to Atlanta in 2022. I moved to Atlanta on August 2nd. They fired me from the Okra Project on August 3rd.
Oh,
Of 2022, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm saying, so all of these big moments are happening to me. They're like, who is this bitch from Nebraska? Where this bitch coming from? This bitch ain't got no titties. This bitch ain't pump. Like, this is, and I'm also privileged. So I have a makeup artist and hair artist with me. Where it's like, you know what I'm saying? The girls can say what they want to say, but my wigs were handmade from the jump. And I recognize my privilege of education, my privilege of experience. So then when I got that job at the Okra Project, I was like, Okra Project, when I started, had a little under $5 million of unrestricted dollars. What are unrestricted dollars? And I feel like people aren't talking about this enough. So this is what happened. I want to take y'all back, and y'all can Google this if you want to. It was April, May of 2020. Christina Aguilera, Lady Gaga, Bill Gates. There was this list of trans-led orgs that was made, and these huge celebrities were pushing it online.
Got it.
And there was a weekend when Bill Gates came and bought a building for Auntie Cayenne in New York. It was the wildest thing. And Ian Field Stewart, who is the founder of the Okra Project, she tells the story. The Okra Project had $15,000 in their account, which was a PayPal. In that weekend, they had raised like several million, right? And so the fiscal agency was an organization called Arts Business Collaborative. That's important.
ABC, because I remember you kept on saying ABC, and I was trying to figure that out. Yes.
That was the fiscal agent, but it was a fiscal agent for the Okra Project, for BTFA, which is like this incredible arts, organization for trans women. Jordan is incredible. Black Trans Femme in the arts. And then for the girls, which is, they're doing the support for dollars for girls for surgeries and all of these things.
Yeah.
Just cursory knowledge, BTFA is the fiscal for all three. So that means that they were holding, at the height of the girls getting money, maybe $30 million.
Oh my heavens.
Of unrestricted dollars, because it was donations. It was not grant money. And I feel,
Dominic, do you realize the scam built into that? Like the itch for a scammer to be like, mwahaha. Like this is worse than a PPP loan.
I feel like, because I'm like, the girls have to ask the questions, because when when the Okra Project put up their first carousel that was like 10, 15 pictures, you had to get to like the 7. And I mind you, I'm in Rikers when they did that. So I'm calling Andrew and he's like, it's like 8 slides in before they say our fiscal agency filed for bankruptcy and then they lost access to the 3.8 million. And I'm like, so you spent 4 years playing on my time behind an alleged $98,000 and you let them get away with millions? If y'all go to GuideStar, I keep telling this, look up the 990s of 2022, 2023, and 2024 of the Okra Project.
I love a bitch with receipts.
And it will show you how the finances decreased. And when they go to the open area of their 990, where they can explain discrepancies for 3 years in a row, they blame me for it. It says the former executive. I'm God's truth. If you go to GuideStar and you look it up, or you look up Okra Project 990s, it's the same place I looked when Charlie Kirk passed away. Turning Point USA is a nonprofit. I was able to go look at everyone's salary. Those things are there, and you could see that when I was there, those girls were making 6-figure salaries, and after I left, she was back at 80K in New York, bitch, gag. So they had ABC had the fiscal agency over these 3 big trans orgs. When I came in, there was a little bit under 5 million of unrestricted dollars. Again, unrestricted means so let's say, for instance, Blue is a donor and she has a grant that she opens up. I apply for the grant. Usually I would have to give a budget. I want to give y'all background. My undergrad is in public health. I started in the classroom as a sex educator. Then I became an ED. I ran Black and Pink. My first year Black and Pink, my budget was $220,000. When I stepped down from Black and Pink, my budget was $3.2 million. I brought in one gift alone of $1.2 million. I built the endowment at Black and Pink. I purchased the buildings for Opportunity Campus that they opened last year. I've been going from Black and Pink.
You make your own nonprofit. You know this, right? At some point, you need to have your
No,
own.
I don't want to do what I've learned is July 1st would be 10 years of me being in a nonprofit space. I've never, by rights, inherently when you work in a nonprofit space, you don't own anything. It's not yours.
Yeah, that's true.
I have not experienced the joy of giving my blood, sweat, and tears and it being mine.
So you do a for-profit iteration
and that's where I'm at. That's why the starter house is something that speaks to me, because it allows me to intersect all the things. And also I believe that I was meant to learn a great deal of knowledge to share with people and to have these conversations, right? So when we came into Okra Project, I'm like, oh, I know how to make something out of nothing. Girl, we got almost 5 million here. And what did that mean to me at the time? It meant, one, although they did not want me to hire staff, it meant I could hire Black trans women. They could be paid a salary that was commensurate to not only what you need to be able to thrive in New York, but I am always thinking about how do I set the standard for what people can, a blueprint for what people can duplicate. Amen. And so you have these Black trans women who are here, and I'm just like, in my mind, Blue, if I got a Louis Vuitton bag and you got a Louis Vuitton bag, no one should end up being mad that somebody got a Louis Vuitton bag because everybody got one.
Unless they resent that you decided to give. That's the part. That's
hello.
Yes.
So my process was this. The initial salaries were paltry. The girls were struggling. So I came in at 165. Alana was, I think, at 120. Gabrielle was at 80. Those two were living in New York. And
pause
so I was like,
second. Pause. You're about to, there's something I want you to pause on before you get to that part. You said that when the Okra Project was interviewing you, there was 3 finalists, right?
There was, yes.
And then they got it to the final 2, like American Idol. So you guys, I want you guys to understand this, because I want you to understand where the ops are coming from. Yes. So of the 3, they picked the top 2. You and the other girl go for the job, and they choose you ultimately.
Yes, and the other girl was very corporate. The other girl was very corporate. I thought she was great, but in my mind, I was like, if you make it to the top 2, you don't want to come in as a deputy director. Yeah. And what I learned about who made it to 3rd, being Alana Banks, I was like, this young woman, Alana was like 26, 27 at the time.
Baby.
She was 26, 27 at the time. I had learned that that the Okra Project had given her funds because she had been impacted by homelessness, but she was smart and she was doing paralegal work, and she had, like, when she transitioned, her family stopped supporting her. She was living in Atlanta. She was going to Morehouse, and so I was like, oh, this is interesting because yes, I can hire these girls, but I also have my goal. I said I'm gonna do 5 years. I did 5 years at Black and Pink. I believe that once a leader stops thinking of new things they can do, they need to get the fuck out the way.
Very Issa
So
Rae of you.
right,
5 years
like
in
yeah,
life.
like 5 years is like, bitch, get in, because the girls love holding up space. So when I hired them both, I said I could run Okra Project by myself because they really weren't doing any services at the time. I'm like, but in 5 years, y'all will be prepared to step into these roles,
You
right?
hired Alana. Do you guys hear this? I want you guys to sit with this. The third girl in bronze in third place ended up being hired by the girl in first place and ended up being your op. Because I want you guys to understand, when Oprah Winfrey says you don't ever, the reason why Gayle King is my best friend is because Gayle King doesn't want to be Oprah Winfrey. Do you sometimes ruminate on the fact that you guys came into community with her wanting a spot that you got, and how that might have been one of the seedlings for the resentment that she later developed for you?
I don't think she wanted my spot. I think she wanted access to the funds because of her addiction.
Ooh.
I'm just being real.
No, I'm back. Go ahead.
That's how I've been able to hold a bit of grace, is that, so she came in, and I have the picture, the timestamps and all things will go up, but you can go online. My job being brought in as the new executive director of the Okra Project was announced by Meta. That's how I was verified before they could sell blue checks. So Meta, Brown, we're at this in this kitchen in New York. We all fly in. They film us cooking. Ian, the founder, is there. It's me and Ian. Facebook announces us, and they post it for Trans Day of March. It would have been March of 2020. We filmed it.
Visibility, Trans Day Visibility. Is that
Trans Day of Remembrance. We filmed it late November. We filmed it what's month before November. We filmed it late October. It went up for Trans Day of Remembrance in November. I hired Alana first because I was like, I always said I never wanted to live in New York. I was like, I'm not moving to New York. At the time, I wasn't even gonna leave Omaha. I was like, bitch, because I had friends in big cities who were making six figures who had roommates. I was like, Miss Thing, I had a 4-bedroom house and my mortgage was $900 a month, bitch.
Don't piss me off.
I'm just being real. I was like, I can get on a plane if I want to, but you know, a coin can be stretched, right? So Alana was my first hire, and Alana was on set when we filmed it. I have the pictures. When I post the grand jury testimony from Alana Banks, Ian Field Stewart, and Gabrielle Souza on Friday, in Alana's grand jury testimony, she said that she was hired by Ian as a financial officer. That's a lie.
Now, bitch.
And that was one of the, when I got the grand jury testimony, when I got the discovery. I forget what my December court date was last year, but that court date in December, my attorney gave it to me the day before. He emailed it to me, but it was redacted because Alana had gotten a protection order on her name in the grand jury testimony. So it took the prosecutor almost a year and a half to share discovery because they were trying to figure out how they would share information, and they were showing things to my attorney, but my attorney wasn't getting the permission to share it with me. I have the emails, texts, all the things. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, these bitches came together lying. I'm like, this is a sickening set.
It's collusion.
So, collusion boots, because bitch, you were fired for allegedly taking $500,000. What I do know is the grow pod, the $250,000 grow pod that you purchased because you wanted to grow marijuana. I know you spent that money because if you go to the 990 on the 2022 990, they list the grow pod as one of the, when you're a nonprofit and you acquire property, you have to list that under assets on your tax forms. The grow pod is on there, but it disappears in 2023 and it disappears in 2024. Where it's a whole hydroponic building. Where did it go?
Wait, she launched an investigation to get you fired, took over But she was gone herself 4 months later doing some bullshit.
And had created a new nonprofit in April before she pushed me out. In April of 2022, a few months after I hired her, she created a nonprofit called the Bayard Rustin Home in her home in Chicago. I have the screenshots. None of us knew.
In his name. Oh man, I hope
Right?
he wants her. I
So
hope he
so
wants her.
so when she bought the house in Puerto Rico, when she bought the grow pod, when she took the money, she was trying to put it under her new nonprofit status. Okay. So when Alana came in, I was like, cool. And she was smart. I was just like, I feel like she sent her representative. So I was like,
You were ready to invest in her.
yeah, and I was like, she would be the more straight-laced one. I met Gabrielle before, and Gabrielle and I had the relationship, and I knew she was a fun time girl, but I see something. My spirit is telling me to speak in the present voice. I see something in Gabrielle. If she just would get out of her own fucking way, I've always told her that. And I was just like, if she matches her looks with the intellect I know she has, I'm like, bitch, you'll be a sickening girl. And Gabrielle was from St. Louis.
So
She was a Midwest.
Gabrielle's your friend. So your friend
She was
Gabrielle
my friend.
and Alana. Okay, got it.
Yes, right. So I'm like, and I had to fight for Gabrielle because they was like, okay, deputy director, cool. I was like, I need a director of programs. Because I wanted Gabrielle to learn the programs. Gabrielle has a good personality. So I'm like, oh, getting her out there, doing outreach, connecting. I'm like, she'll be perfect for that. And she'll also learn the system and it'll give her a chance. I've held all these jobs I'm hiring these girls for as well. So I can show them, bitch, this is what you need to know. This is how you need to understand it. Cool. So by May, we've got the team together. Both of them live in New York. I come to New York 1 week a month. Bitch, I don't want to live in New York. It's not my tease. So first, Alana, and another reason we began to trust Alana is that I built a let me backtrack. I built a approval system because by April, May, I was seeing the tweets and the posts from the former staff who were saying that $1 million was missing when the Okra Project first started raising money. When that money was being raised, they had a PayPal account. And so
Wait, they didn't have a bank account. They just had a
we
PayPal?
never had a bank account when I worked the whole time I worked there.
Dominique, you have me about to wake up my neighbors. This nonprofit's getting millions of dollars and y'all got a PayPal? Bitch, continue. I'm sorry, I'm gagged.
So when they before my tenure, they transitioned from the PayPal to ABC being the fiscal sponsor. Again, none of these orgs are expecting Black trans women, trans-led orgs had never got that sort of investment. We're talking, again, millions of unrestricted, y'all. And I didn't finish the grant thought. So if Blue is doing a grant process, she would have parameters. I would put in a budget, and it would be like, we gonna give you $50,000 for food insecurity. I would have to be able to spend it on the specific things that I said I would spend it on. Blue could come back and ask questions. Compared to if you see somebody who's unhoused outside of the gas station and you hand them $20, they say they want it for food. They could use it for food. They could go get them a bottle. They could put it on a hotel. Once you relinquish those funds to them, whatever they do with it is their business. That's how you should envision unrestricted dollars. Okay,
for millions instead of 20. Bitch, okay, I'm sorry.
Right?
Forcing me is very offended. Okay.
And in a traditional organization, what would happen is me as the executive director, I would have had a board. Why does that matter, Dominique? Because I work for the board. The board is your boss when you're the executive director. Amen. The staff is your boss. I had no board, so I had no boss. So any decision I made, so the whole initial premise of she went upon herself to make this bail fund, I didn't have to really ask anybody to do anything. Because at the point when we were doing the bail fund, me, Alana, and Gabrielle were the staff, but we also were the board because we had to create a temporary board to establish the nonprofit status in Delaware. The paperwork had been filed. Right. So on every way, but we were still contract employees. So in every way, shape, or form, we didn't have the supports that we needed to have, but I did my best with what I had. So for financial approval, nothing. Uh, Gabrielle had like a charm card. Lana had a bank account, but her mom would get. I'm just being real. I'm
The
just being
chime card is
real.
wild. Can we admit? Like,
It is wild, but I just want y'all to have a picture of where the girls were when I connected to them, right? So, and Alana had a bank account, but her mother was like in charge of it back in Chicago. So, if we traveled for work, I would put it on my card. I would submit it to Alana. Alana would submit it to Gabrielle for a second signature. Then it would go to the fiscal for get reimbursement.
got it.
The struggle and frustration for me was even when they were talking about bank accounts, I would get my pay for the month along with all of my reimbursements. Nothing was itemized. It would just come from ABC as just a deposit on our account. And I would have to be like, hey, is this extra money for the flights we purchased? Is this for the hotels? What the fuck is going on? Cool. So I was like, well, at least got some checks and balances when it comes to dollars. However, it in the early days it was struggle. There's a woman named Tatum Turner who was the treasurer for ABC Arts Business Collaborative, but she also was the financial consultant for Okra Project, for the girls, and BTFA.
Not more double dipping, Dominique.
I'm just that was how I was brought in. So Ian Phil Stewart, who is the founder of the Okra Project, I tell this story. Listen, I told the girls I was quiet for a long, long time, sister.
Sure.
Ian, it's funny. It's funny you brought up India. So Ian is an actress by heart. She never wanted to run a nonprofit.
Got it.
Ian had auditioned for the role of Angel on Pose.
India's role.
Sit with me, bitch. Sit with me. Okay. Ian had auditioned. Ian. Listen. The lore is fierce. Ian had auditioned for the role, did not get the role. But she and she believes it's because Janet Mock, who you know was at the center of Pose, that Janet's husband at the time wanted to, have her.
You mean biblically?
Oh yes. Oh yes. I think Ian more felt like Miss Thing wanted to do a destiny swap moment. So she did she did play she did play a bartender a few times on Pose, but her not getting the role really fucked her up, understandably. Yeah. So she spent like a year being depressed. So Tatum not only was like the fiscal support, Tatum was running the Okra Project.
Wait. The person who's supposed to be founding all this is in the bed depressed about not getting a role on Pose while there's like girls waiting to be saved on the street. Okay, Dominique, I'm so sorry. You see how ridiculous this sounds, yes?
Oh, yes, this was my life.
She's playing jealousy and crying.
I was like, y'all do therapy services. We don't have any therapists. I said, y'all do food insecurity work. You signed us into a 10-year contract for this $10,000 a month office space, but it's an old building in New York. They won't let us build a hood. So we do food insecurity, but I can't cook here.
Wait, you had a fashion show with no fashions? How are you doing food insecurity with no food? Dominique, you see how this sounds like Tyler Perry wrote this, right? I know you learned about discernment.
That's why Valley of the Broken Dolls is coming out August 1st, because everybody was like, they wanted the memoir. I was like, yes. I was like, I hunger to write this in a fiction fashion because I feel like just some of the things the girls would be like, what the fuck, right? Yeah. So this is what I'm looking at. And at this point, I leave. So the original agreement was I would run Black and Pink and the Okra Project at the same time. And each year the percentages would decrease. So the first year would be 70-30 and it would go in between because Black and Pink was a well-oiled machine. Mm-hmm. Once I started to see the shit that was happening at the Okra Project, I was like, I need to fully step forward. I done brought these young women into this. They don't have the gravitas to sit and have these conversations. I'm like, this needs my attention. This is also challenging and exciting to me. I left prison with an associate's degree in culinary management. So food and I was like, these are things that are new and exciting. I was like, this would be different. And the original plan was for us to build housing in Atlanta. We were going to do a gated community. Oh, and the first step of that was meeting with Malik and Mayor Dickens. I gave $80,000 to the city of Atlanta. The city of Atlanta had a trans equity officer. Her name was Chloe. I funded that role, and so it frustrates me when the trans girls get on their TikToks because they want to go viral. Dominique Morgan has her community. I have housed you bitches. I've done my part. I just got here, and I promise you, I've done my part. But because I was like, Okra Project is seen as a national org, but you're only putting money into New York. I'm like, we gotta shift that. So I wanted to
Wait, you were a
model.
contractor, right? You said so you were a
Uh huh.
contractor as an
Uh
ED.
huh. Mm-hmm.
So where was payroll?
Payroll would come through ABC, but it would just come as straight across money. Like we weren't getting our payroll information. And so we were rushing to get our nonprofit status established
You probably weren't secure.
so we could get our bank account so we could run our own payroll. And the agreement, because I was just like, none of us knew that we were 1099 employees. And I was like, well, bitch, you can't. I don't want to make $100,000, $200,000 that I got to pay taxes on later. And so the agreement was we would cover that for the girls and make sure that was taken care of, right? Um, and I was like, this is a clusterfuck. I need to be able to focus on this. I get a call from New York Pride. It's the first Pride after the pandemic. It's 2022. Who do they choose? Dominique Morgan, T.S. Madison, Chase Strange, They choose this swimmer boy, trans boy, and they choose Punky Johnson from Saturday Night Live.
Oh, those.
Right? So it's lit. That's how
Yeah.
me and Madison met for the first time.
Really?
And that's how Madison knows all the things because Madison came in when all this shit was popping off. None of this was a secret to close friends, right? So I'm just like, listen, I have this pride moment. And I prayed and I was just like, I'm holding on to too much. Let me step back from Black and Pink. So my last day of Black and Pink was June 1st of that year. And I put all of it into the Okra Project.
You
I
went
was like,
all
I'm
in on
gonna everything because I was like, I brought these two young girls into this. I owe it to them to make sure this shit works. And every day it feels like I'm pulling back. It's like getting a bad house and you're like, I know it's a fixer upper, but bitch, you break down a wall and there's termites here. You do this, it's here. And it's like, I just need to put my focus here. One issue was Ian, who was the founder. She wasn't working for that year and a half before, but she wanted to be involved in everything. And I'm like, you're not the ED and you're making like $10,000 a month as a consultant. I don't need your consult for anything.
She was still getting paid while she was crying in the bed listening to Jodeci.
Blew your wig down. She was getting paid for Jodeci, but she also had created a $250,000 separation agreement for herself because there was no staff and no board. So when I did terminate her consult, she was going to get $250,000, which I was just like, again, I'm gonna be real with y'all. In my mind, it was like, you know what? There is no Okra Project without this Black trans woman. And I'm just like, bitch, cool. All right, whatever. Because I can make that. I'm like, I need to clear the board. It's just like, again, it's like how your mama used to be like, throw all this shit out. We don't take this shit. Like, I was just like, just let me get down to the studs so I know what's happening because I know the bones are fab. And more importantly, these two young girls done uprooted their lives. This has to work. This has to work. So the salaries that they were making were not going to benefit them living in New York. I still was making $130,000 a year at Black and Pink. I was making $165 starting at Okra Project.
Wait,
And I was
what's that math? Do that math. So 165 plus 135? Dominique, baby.
So that was, and on top of I was an adjunct professor. I've been a speaker, like all these things. So my coins, it burns my biscuits, and I know it's a bit of ego when bitches be like, I was like, no, bitch,
a long coin.
I've been a coinsy bitch for a long time. It's no shade. So. But I knew their salaries were not benefiting them. So what I did is I increased Gabrielle's salary. I have a value when I work with the staff that there should be no more than a 20% separation from the most compensated person to the least compensated person. I implemented that at Black and Pink. And so Gabrielle, I increased her salary to $200,000 a year.
From 80?
You heard what I said. I increased Alana's salary to $220,000, and then I sent my 2 staff members, because this is my belief. The people you serve should be able to be the deciders on whether your leadership is of quality or not.
Yeah.
I sent them with the HR person that we were on contract with. I had them choose my salary. So when people look at that press release from Kings County, she was making $250,000. My staff chose that. And that $250,000 was less than what I was making from working both of my jobs. I already made more than $250,000 a year.
Oh,
Whenever
wow.
whenever bitches get finished. So I was like, okay, now everybody is being paid. The girl should, and in my mind, when you pay people appropriately, I don't have to fight for your time. You ain't got to have a second job. You ain't got to do all this. So when you come and you give me your 8 hours, you give me your 4 hours, bitch, you fully present. It's cute when you have a rough day. You can look at your account. You can be like, it was a hard day, but Miss Thing, it was worth it.
Yep.
Because that's my mindset. So I first see Alana's drug struggles. I was graduating from my Kaplan program, and we were having the graduation in New Orleans. And there's a historic music venue in New Orleans in the French Quarter. They brought in a whole band. They had me sing with the band. It was the Constitution Hall. It was a huge moment. I wanted my staff there. I was like, y'all need to see what it takes to work with these white people with big money and philanthropy. So the Kaplan money is the Welch's grape family money. I won the Kaplan Innovation Prize. It's been around for 100 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I brought them. We're supposed to go to Baltimore to grant money to Aya Damons, who is at Baltimore Safe Haven, because I'm like, if we grant the money to the girls, again, if everyone has their things, no one should be mad, right? We've got this unrestricted money. Let's make sure some of these girls get unrestricted money that comes from trans women. Trans girls were not donors. They were not funders. Let's break this shit up. Let's stop asking for people outside of our community for permission to do what the fuck we know we need to do.
Yeah.
We get up for the plane. Alana can't make it. She don't answer no calls. So when I post a picture on Friday of me and Gabrielle on stage handing a check to Aya Damons for the 50K, Alana, my deputy director, isn't there because she disappeared because she was on a coke bin. I remember she texted me the next morning. She was like, I understand if you want to fire me, this and the third. I'm just like, I wrote some stuff, this thing about ruin stuff this week around harm reduction. I had to really challenge myself because I'm just like, we don't throw people away.
Yeah.
So Gabrielle was over it though. So Miss Thing would disappear for days at a time. And then there would be days at a time when she was on it, but she was running through her money. She wouldn't respond to things. And I was just like, we need to figure this out. So I moved to Atlanta. I was like, me living in Atlanta puts me way closer to New York. I can pop in the morning. I can work all day from the office and I can be back home that night. I was like, Gabrielle, we can make this work. I was like, I think her getting back in school will help her. So I updated the education policy at Okra
You were a
Project.
parent. You realize that, right? You were not just a mentor. It's giving parenting at this point.
Well, and that's where when you asked me the question, other people had asked me the question, and I think you had maybe said it before I got on, and you were just like the way that how did it happen? I'm gonna use a term mistake, even though I still wish the world worked like this. These were my girls.
Yeah.
So it's just like it's like yeah, bitch, we're working, but I'm like, I want y'all to be okay. I want y'all to understand that this is what you're supposed to do, bitch. Don't ever walk through a door by yourself. Like when I was at the podcast festival, Charlemagne's event with Mona and all them, I took Zamaya with me. I didn't go by myself.
Yeah.
Like that's not what you do. So in my mind, even if we never served another girl at the Okra Project, I had served two.
Well,
do you see what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
When you look at the averages of things, everything can't be guaranteed from a service provision perspective. But you can look back and be like, yo, I got these people, and I think that was important. So Alana, I'm seeing some cracks in her veneers, and I'm just like, damn, okay, what is our plan? So we do the bail program for 4 weeks. 4 weeks. And I woke up, I moved to Atlanta, and the hurt is they knew I left everything I knew. I lived in Omaha for 40 years. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
also, when you making, I think because we were 1099, like I was making maybe $25,000 a month from the Okra Project.
Living in Omaha, spending
Hello.
$10 in rent.
Right, but when I moved, but that type of money,
Wow.
and those of us who do like invoice life and stuff like that, when you
Mm-hmm.
know money comes right in, you kind of spend a little more recklessly, right?
You
So
do.
I done paid 11,000 for the pods to move down here, girl, and you know what I'm saying? Like did all these things. So and I paid us early because Alana had ran out of money for August. It matters. So I moved to Atlanta August 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
August 3rd, I wake up. I'm in the Airbnb. My stuff isn't even here. My car, one of my cars is here because I had it shipped before I got down here.
Gotta flex one of my vehicles.
I did. I did. It just, because I'm from Nebraska. And
Right.
bitch, it'll snow. You got to have your life in order, right? So we worked the whole day. I wake up. The new finance officer at ABC sends me an email and they ask, hey, do you have W-9s for the people you gave bail to? And I said, well, we ran a whole bail program for 5 years at Black and Pink, built from the National Bail Fund process. Why would I give a W-9 to an impoverished person?
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's weird. But also, y'all knew we've been doing this for weeks. Why do you say that in the beginning? Because if this is what you want me to do, we cannot do this because I'm not going to do that with people who are in these positions.
Yeah.
That was early. That was earlier that day. I had a one-on-one with Alana. And then around 4 p.m. we had a meeting set up where with like we would do a monthly meeting with our HR person. I get on the Zoom, Alana, Gabrielle, and the HR person is there, but also the attorney that I had hired to oversee handling the contract for the $250,000 that Ian wanted as her separation agreement. I was like, we're gonna give you this money, but bitch, I'm tired of dealing with you.
Yeah.
Yo, you still you going on Good Morning America, still doing all this stuff. I need you to go off into the good sunset, niece. Cause I got work to do. I can't have, you know what I'm saying? Like I done
Yeah.
gave up everything, bitch. I'm about to run this thing. And Alana says we have concerns about how you're running the bail program. And for that, they didn't need to fire me. I was a contract employee. I didn't need to be fired.
That's true. That's true.
But and we also were the board, so we were Gabrielle and Alana together was 2/3 of the board.
The 2/3 of the board, so that's the coup. They staged. Wait a minute. The same two people you put on stage a coup against you? A good old dirty coup?
A nasty, filthy coup. So y'all will see on Friday the screenshots of immediately after we got off the Zoom. I text Gabrielle and I was like, if you thought there was any question, why wouldn't you ask me? And her response is, our attorneys, she gave me that attorney thing, right? And so I'm in Atlanta 24 hours. I don't have a job. I got this big nasty house, but it's $3,500 a month, bitch, which was nothing when I'm making 30,000. You know what I'm saying? Like that's nothing. But I'm just like, what the fuck am I going to do? What like and as someone who came from scarcity, even though it had been a long time ago, it came back in my body. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, I've left everything I've known. I was just like, what the fuck am I going to do? I ended up landing on my feet at Borealis going into philanthropy, and I became the first ever director of a philanthropic fund. I was a director of the Fund for Transgenerations, and that pissed them off again because me being pushed out of the Okra Project was supposed to sit me down.
And it elevated you instead.
It elevated me.
Yeah.
But now I fund the girls. Now the girls have to come to me for dollars.
Yes.
And my Pollyanna, Nebraska ass is like, you know what, girl, as long as everybody get their grants. Bitches that I hate, I'm gonna approve your grant. Do you serve the girls? We ain't gotta be buddies for you to serve the girls.
How dare you be hard to kill and also be righteous? You dirty bitch. How dare you?
And then that next July, they named that street after me.
Oh,
those girls were.
Somebody's making a voodoo doll that looks like you right now with a blonde.
The girls were enraged. And so that's 2023. And people were saying like, oh, I hear like the Okra Project is trying to file charges against you. And I said to Asia, she was like, where's your role in this? I was like, I wish I wouldn't have ever said they would never do that to me because I was just like this. I was like, oh no, the girls just rumors. That's just bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like forward ahead, they're doing their thing. I'm doing mine. Miss Thing, I get a call on October 16th No. Well, Alana is then fired by January of 2023. She's fired.
Yep.
And that's the text message where I reached out to Gabrielle and I was just like, "You all right?
What were the
You got?"
grounds of her being fired? Would they find out about the coke?
So they've never, and I hope they finally come out and say it.
Yeah.
But the grounds that I was told from a recorded call that I had that will be on the Substack with another person and Gabrielle is that Alana bought a house in Puerto Rico. The money for the grow pods. There was some other funds that were missing, and then Alana was the sole person who ran the investigation that got me pushed out. All of a sudden, when they were going to go meet with the prosecutor, documents were missing. And so in the text message with Gabrielle, her exact statement is, if I was made to believe this about you, I'll never forgive her. Mind you, that's January, bitch. I've been you let what do you mean if you were made to? But I still was like, oh, this is I sent Gabrielle the nonprofit shit that I had found out about Alana opening a nonprofit. Like I sent all that to her in the text. Cool. This is January. By April of 2023, they reach out to the Ford Foundation, which was one of our big funders, and they go to my bosses at my new job, bringing this shit to them. I get put on administrative leave April of 2023. There's a
Who's they? Both
famous
of them. Gabrielle and Alana somehow made up and we're now in cahoots a couple months later.
two Leos, bitch. No shade. So then I am at my new job. I'm put on administrative leave. There's a famous picture of me and Miss Major. Nobody knew that I was like on it. I was being investigated for that shit. So pulling these receipts together, I've had a Google Drive folder since April of 2023 with all this shit collected, and I just add stuff to it. Right?
You were literally building a case.
Because but I always thought it was just like petty, kind of low surface shit. So when people in community would be like, oh, girl, I'll be like, bitch, here's this Google Drive link. Bitch, you look through this and you tell me what you think about it, girl. I'm moving on. It is what it is. Because I thought it was just, I thought it was the migage that happens with the girls. I never got interviewed by the police. They never got access to my bank accounts. I got a call on October 16th of 2024. It was from Kings County, and I missed the first call because I was online I was doing this panel for Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. It went so fucking sickening. They were looking for a VP. Somebody from there was like, bitch, you need to apply to be our vice president. Like I aced it. I was on a high. I was going through a breakup. And so my ex-boyfriend was at the house. So I was in like an Airbnb, but it was just like, I was like, this is the worst thing I'm going through, bitch. It was my first relationship after my divorce. And it's at Kings County Court. And so I call it back. I'm thinking, okay, finally somebody's calling to ask me something is what I'm expecting. I called them back. Miss Morgan, there's been an indictment that came down from the grand jury. They would like to, the state's attorney would like to speak to you within 2 weeks. I was like, okay. Because I'm still like, what the fuck is the evidence based on? Because I'm like, it took y'all 2 years. I'm a Black trans woman who's formerly incarcerated. I was like, what? This is 2 years later. I'm like, okay, this is going to be another hurdle. My job knew about it, right? My job knew these things could possibly be coming. So it was just like, it didn't feel as alarms going off as people would have thought, because it was like, it was rumblings, but it was just like, this is a thing we'll get through.
It was a nuisance more than a threat in your mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And I was already going to be in New York because we had this big thing where all of the directors were going to be in New York. So I was like, hey, I can meet on this day. I go in that morning with my best friend Andrew, and they put me in cuffs. I went in that morning to speak to what I thought was a detective. And so essentially the indictment had come down, but because it was not violent, all these things. And that's another thing I talk about privilege. I don't know what it would have been like fighting this case, even with the way that I chose to close the case out, if I wouldn't have been Dominique Morgan, if I would have been a Black trans woman without access, sitting in Rikers. When I was in Rikers for those 30 days, I met girls who had been there for 16 months, a woman who had been there for 5 years. I met a girl that had been in there for 10 years. There's a woman who's been in Rikers for 10 years. Rikers is the jail, mind you. So I went in. They were just like, we got to put you in the handcuffs because of the building we're in. They're like, we're going to take you right across the street, get you in front of the judge. You're going to be let go. By noon, I was back in my work meetings. However,
You went from cups to going back to work?
yeah, because bitch, nothing was going to, because I was just like, this is a part of the process. So, but
You
I
have
am
been
not.
through a lot, Dominique. I think you're more high functioning than you need to be. I need you to be a little bit less high functioning.
I think high functioning, and also I'm the type of person when it's like, bitch, okay, this is what we got to do. Cool.
Yeah.
Like that's how my mind be. It's like, okay, bitch, that 30 days at Rikers, everybody's like, oh, I was like, what? I can't go around it. I can't go under it. I can't go over it. I got to go through it.
Yeah.
Right. And so I went in there, but I forgot it's New York. Like where I'm from, reporters don't sit in the motherfucking courtrooms randomly. There's not like people who are assigned to the court. You know what I'm saying? So I go in there, and Andrew was like, I think that guy behind us. What it's not it's the Daily New Yorker or whatever. It's a more like
Daily News?
the Daily News. They're the more like kind of seedy. They'll have some shady posts in there.
New York Daily News. Yep.
It was the reporter was there, and so as we get up, I walk in front of the judge of like personal recognizances, come back on December or whatever. We're walking to the elevator. Andrew was like, "Bitch, start walking quickly because I think that's a reporter right there." He hits that corner because I am a bit shell shocked.
Yeah.
And he hits that corner, and he's like, Miss Morgan, you have a statement? And I was like, I have no statement. But I'm not. I'm just like, okay, I go straight to work. I'm sitting there. I do my presentation. We're at the Ford Foundation. I do my presentation. I kill it. Hope Giselle texts me, and she sends me a link from like a blog. So I think it was like a blogger that was there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, cool. Talking about Dominique Morgan indicted. I was like, oh, this is a blogger. But it's like a sponsored link on Facebook. I was like, this is weird. Like, cause I'm like, bitch, I ain't online at this point. I was like, why are y'all acting like I'm somebody? What the fuck is this about?
Mm-hmm. For those who are asking, it's the New York Daily News. She named it correctly.
Yeah, Daily News. Yeah. Then the prosecutor releases a press release.
Oh, shit.
And then the New York Times picks up the press release.
Oh, fuck.
So, like, even Quay's shitty ass little video the other day, I'm like, if you would have read what the New York Times wrote, they just reprinted the press release from the prosecutor with the picture from Essence. Thank God that I do my due diligence to put some nasty pictures out there because the girls will play, right?
I noticed.
Right? Because the girls will play. Like at BET, I'm really thankful y'all chose me as one of the 15 Black queer people y'all should follow online. But bitch, why did you choose that picture with that lining from Essence? Like the girls will play, you got to give them enough, right? But so when New York Times did it, then like my hometown sees it. So it turns into a firestorm. And so then my boss is like, well, we knew this was coming. But philanthropy is about perception. It's about image. You know what I'm saying? I knew what my job was. So I get put on administrative leave immediately again. Which I'm still getting paid, but it was more of I sat in that room in New York for like 5 days. That next Monday, I went and met with 2 attorneys. I kind of got a pulse of how much it would cost to have, cover this legally. But like all of my speaking engagements are being dropped. Out Magazine, like it was every fucking where.
Being attacked. It was your dignity.
Complete. Not only my dignity, my way to take care of myself. Again, for the second time, the Okra Project is taking my livelihood. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I get back to Omaha. I even lost my pre-check.
Okay, that hurts me because I can't.
And mind you, so this is the week that Trump is getting elected.
No, I would have sharded myself. That's scary.
So this like that was October 29th. Trump is elected the next Tuesday, y'all.
Oh.
So all of this now is happening in Trump's America.
And we're all collectively depressed now. We're all collectively depressed.
Right, we're collectively depressed. You don't know what's happening. The tenor of things are different. There were Republicans magazines that were putting pictures of side by side of me and Donald Trump. Because like the document charges that was on there that they end up dropping, Trump has some of those same charges that he was facing in New York before he was able to get rid of them before running for president. So all these things are happening, and I'm just like licking my wounds. I'm licking my wounds. And then one day in February, fucking Khalil chooses to hook up with motherfucking Denisha Carter. and I see it on TikTok. I make a TikTok video. I close my phone. I come back. It's got 100,000 views. And I just start posting on like that. Literally, that was the thing. I was like, oh, bitch, activist trade. Let me tell you about activist trade. Like, this is what it is. It was not a plan. It was not an intention. And so when I start posting on TikTok, people would pop up and be like, oh, well, tell people about this. I'm like, bitch, I'm not hiding anything. I didn't come over here, get me to 10,000 so I can do this, that, and the third. I just wanted a new place to express. But I'm fighting this the whole time. Like, literally, there's a picture. I laid in my bed so long, the center of it caved in.
Oh my God.
And I feel like people don't,
Oh, that breaks my heart.
you know what I'm saying? Everybody's like, oh, Dominique feels like you're this. I'm like, I am finally unleashing what has been on my chest forever while not trying to explain things to people, while offering understanding to people that I pled guilty because my discovering your power work, my stuff from my master's program, the premise of it, Blue, is no one ever has 0% power and no one really ever has 100%.
Yeah.
But you do what you do. And I was just like, I could do 30 days and be done with this. Or I could be on here with you right now and be like, well, I don't know. We about to go to. I'm like, bitch, I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm tired, and also then God is showing me this new world where it's like, oh, you thought you knew what your career, your purpose was going to be. Let me blow your mind. And I'm sitting with Carlos King at places, and I'm like
Yeah.
that's what life is bringing me, and I'm
And you
finding
present so light, Dominique. It's shocking that you were going through all this because all of you are reacting like I'm reacting. They're like, Dominique, we were watching you and calling you delightful, and the entire time this ticker take of fuckery is just scrolling across the screen of your life, and you don't even seem like that.
because
You had no
that is
heaviness.
bringing me joy, though, because that was bringing me joy. Because when
Oh,
I laugh in a video, bitch, I really find that moment to be funny.
yeah.
I was finding escapism in these things. I was finding ways to, y'all didn't have a preconceived notion of what I do, not what was happening, but on Instagram, things have shifted. But for a time, it was, you're an activist.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, bitch, I like mess. I like music. I'm a nerd. Like, I'm all these things. And so
You're a cool person.
and so TikTok and that space gave me the chance to just be like, oh, I get to just talk and I just get to be. And I was like, oh, this feels soothing to me. This feels exciting to me. It feels safe. It feels welcoming. It feels warm, especially the way that Black women embrace me,
Yeah.
Black cis women. And I think a lot of my trans sisters got upset with me, but it's like the lack of safety I felt with Black trans women, excuse me, was in what was mitigated by the way that Black women were just loving on me.
Yeah.
And I was just
They
like, you
ride
know
for
what?
you. They ride for you, Dominique.
Right. And you were mentioning this when I got on. I Blind loyalty scares me because that's how, the Ushers and the Diddies and shit get to exist.
Colts, yeah.
Right? What I've asked for is give me ask me questions. Look at how much in the bank of trust have I deposited to be able to like withdraw from it if I need to, and
Mm-hmm.
give me space. That's why even with the Femme Queen Sexy Cool, they was like, oh, we should have went somewhere else. I told y'all before the weekend was out, I was gonna say everything I had to say. So I went and I made sure I did that. Y'all were patient. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I'm gonna hold my word. Y'all, people may not have liked it, but my manager was like, I wish you would have went somewhere else. No, I told my people before Monday comes, my God, you'll
Mm-hmm.
get your statement, right? And so
And by the
this
way,
thing,
Dominic, that's community. You don't want to be seen as someone on a pedestal who has blind loyalty. You want to build true community, which it includes accountability.
and because the pedestal shit, what happens with that is cute when you think it's cute, but they start to see you as non-human.
Yep, it
And
flags.
and going back to what you were saying about I was of I was only seen as of service, I've already experienced people stop seeing me as myself.
Mm,
And I was like, I'm not going to make that mistake again. I'm fighting for you to see me as a whole person, a person who can make mistakes, a person who don't get it right all the time.
yeah.
All don't turn me into your oracle, because that's when shit gets dangerous. And so this shit with the Okra Project right now, it's about, one, I want y'all to know what it takes to be in this shit. to be in this work. There's so many people who love service. It's like, this shit is dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. Two, you can't really have friends in that type of shit. You can have friends in for-profit business more than you can really have it in nonprofit business. Because I wasn't moving as an executive. I was moving as a Black trans woman who wanted to hold these girls. And I know if I would have fired Alana when she missed that flight,
Ciao.
right? These things were happening. And now these conversations that I'm trying to have are more about, how do I want to say this? Don't let bitches play in your face, because if you do things for the greater good and you're not included in the greater good, you'll end up under the boot of the greater good.
Yeah.
And I have had to understand that. I'm in the season where I'm just like, every system, everything that I worked for people to have, I never got. Even doing this 30 days, it's like I built entire pen pal programs and support. Y'all are talking about abolition and accountability. You bitches wanted me to go to Rikers. Now the girls can talk all they want to talk about. The girls, bitch, I was put into the women's jail.
Yeah, that I was bitch.
You want to get into it?
I do, because I did a double take and I was like, how do I bring this up? Because how did we get here?
Bring it up. Listen, I fuck with you. That's why I said, bitch, I'll come up. I don't fuck with everybody with certain conversations.
The privilege, honey, capital P in this bitch.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, I thought they might ask me. No, ma'am.
Trump's America, you got put in a women's jail.
The bus dropped the boys off. They said, Miss Dominique. And I shout out to the Black men who work at Rikers. Bitch, when I tell you them niggas don't miss no pronoun, I don't know what trained them niggas. I'm talking about the hoodest New York niggas.
Oh, I love that.
I fully gagged. They was like, Miss Morgan, we're taking you. It's called Rosie Singer. That's the women's facility. I went in, and I remember we had the podcast festival the week before, and I had needed nails fixed. And I remember telling Juju, like, girl, don't do too much because they're going to cut my nails off when I go in there. Girl, I walked in. They kept my nails on. The girls had their hair. Like, it was crazy.
Is that Beyonce? I feel like New York. Is that Beyonce? The $2,000 wig. The girls had a question. Did the wig make it out okay?
They still have it.
Now, bitch, go get
your... No, let me tell you, because so what they do with property is what they see as high value property, your phone, shit like that, you get that immediately. Clothes and shit, they want you to make a appointment. And so I was leaving back home to Atlanta next day, but I am getting my breasts done in New York the week of the 15th. So I'm gonna get I was gonna take a flight just for my wig. That's a nasty wig. That's a nasty.
You're gonna get your fucking wig back.
But also, it's the look of the wig. When I want to give the girls executive white woman fish, that's my wig, Miss Thing. She's nasty. It's very Midwestern, blonde, balayage. It's fab.
Oh yeah, that's giving Alexis Carrington 2020.
Very much. I need her back. I'm not playing with her.
Titties too. You about to get your wig back, and you about to get? Did you mention titties?
Oh yes.
Dominique, let me tell you something right now, friend. As from one threat to another, they set you on fire, and like a witch, you cackled the entire time, and then got a fan base while they were setting you on fire. That has the girls. That has the girls enraged. That has the girls enraged because when they're saying accountability, they're like, "Why don't y'all hate this bitch? Why don't you throw her away as a human being, despite her efforts to help the general public and community through her?" Baby, the hate is. I see why they hate you, right? You're exactly the kind of girl that is meant to be coveted in this way. Can we be honest? Favor isn't fair, Dominique.
I received that, but it's so hard for me because I've always been me. Like, I think when everybody talks about transition specifically, they think that yes, there's a depth of myself that I've acquired, but I think I also attribute that to being 44, right? Like, you have growth in things, but it's like I've always been the same person. And even this 30 days in Rikers, I think I was talking to my friend, it's like when you in jail Baby, there's no Louis Vuitton throws. There's no wigs. And so I was like, when they take you down to the studs, I was like, oh, I'm still Dominique Morgan.
That bitch.
And I had to sit with that, and I'm like, oh, you want something I'm not going to acquiesce, because it wasn't something that I like fought for. It was something I'm just me. Y'all get it. The girls get up and glam. The girls be beat every day. Bitch, I get up, I wash my face, I brush my teeth, and I'd be like, good morning, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not even a branding thing. It's, if I had to perform to come online, I knew that's something that wouldn't happen.
Same. Yeah. I agree.
Right, I didn't want to do it like I wanted to feel fun. So being there at Rikers, so the girls who transition when they're young, they might have been around a bunch of girls in school and stuff. The most women I've ever lived with is my mother and my sisters. So
Oh.
I'm in a housing unit with 40 women, 95% of them Black. Um, I I also get crash courses all the time. When we talk about passability, it's so funny. I think a lot of men focus on passability. It was so interesting. Like the first day, like I was just like sleep and just chilling out. I'm surveying the things. And so I don't like I it reached a point where women were like asking if I was trans. You know what I'm saying? Like they were trying to figure out what's going on, because they weren't like 100. They're like, oh well, like, oh, okay, cool. And then you're trying to figure out how you join the culture while knowing that you are different. You're
Mm-hmm.
the same, but you're different. Not only when it comes to like gender identity, but your space in the world. We're all incarcerated right now, right? So what does that look like? There was one trans man in our housing unit, which was very
Oh.
interesting to see how again, I always tell people, if the world looked at the way that trans men show up, I think they would have a deeper understanding of the power of gender identity, because them is niggas. I
Yeah.
don't care what. once
I dated
once
little niggas. Yep. Mm-hmm.
once you see a trans man tap into his wholeness as a man, you will see this is a nigga in front of you. The girl shit,
Yeah.
that can be a little mixy, because the girls are doing the things and we're talking about performance and patriarchy. But it's like this little nigga, like his energy would change the whole housing unit. And I had to sit him down one day, and he was like, Auntie, what's up? I was like, listen, little nigga, when you get to cutting up in here, all the girls start cutting up. So
Mm-hmm.
what we gonna do, right? And so that's when I realized I love being Black. I love I have to exist in a world where I have strong relationships with Black women.
Yeah.
And it's very important for me to know my role in the ecosystem with women. And I knew that already, but I was more convinced, because we're in this housing unit. Like, what is my role here?
We're
And so
bridge.
the younger girls are calling me auntie. I'm sis. The older ladies, I'm calling them. You know what I'm saying? The girls are going through withdrawal, where they're helping these women take care of themselves. You got sisters laying next to you who are pregnant. It's
Rikers?
oh yes, oh yes. Oh yes. Like these are things, but I'm also being faced with, um trying to I
Mm.
also knew I had an end date.
Yeah, that's true.
I also knew I had an end date. So I was just like, this feels hard, but I'm like, it's 30 days. And like the privilege that I had in that moment. I think about privilege not because it makes me feel heavy or feel inundated, because it challenges me to pull back and be like, bitch, where are you really sitting at? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, it was hard. Um, but I was just like, okay, cool. Bree from America's Next Top Model,
Yes.
she works at Rikers.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yeah, like it was like my third or fourth day.
Oh.
That hit list I have, we sat down and we talked. She when I talk about a healing justice dynamo, like fab girl. She was in the documentary. She
Yeah.
works at right. She works at Rikers. And like my fourth day, I was laying there in the bed, just like really not feeling my best. And she walked into the housing unit and she came to my bed like a burst of sunshine. And she said, "Bitch, I know exactly who you are." She's like, "Bitch, pick your head up." And I was like, "Bitch, the
Oh.
power." I'm like, these are just the things I experienced. So even in the hardships of the last month, there's the revelations and there's the understanding. And so when everybody's like, you came back with fire, I came back with fire because I know not everybody gets to come back with fire.
Yeah.
And it's not about proving anything to them. It's about me getting to exist because truly, for the first time in almost 5 years, I feel free. Everybody's like, oh, you're funnier. Bitch, I'm not waking up with anybody emailing me about anything. When
You're
people are
free.
asking, right, there's a freedom there, not only in just my body, but in this. I can be like, oh girl, what you want to talk about? And I can mean it. And not even from a space of like mess, but from a space of I love transparency. I love living a life where I feel like I don't have to hide anything, or feeling like there's boundaries that I haven't created around things that I share. And so this is what I'm owed. So like the Okra Project is doing this sit down with Marsha B. Johnson on Friday. I love that for them.
How did you
I
feel
say
seeing the ire? Because I was saying earlier, I was actually stunned by how quick and how nasty the vitriol was. Have you been checking and catching up on it, or are you intentionally ignoring some of it? Like, how are you ingesting and feeling about how disgusting it got? Why people thought the analogy I gave is imagine if Dominique Morgan had her hand tied behind her back and people were allowed to spit in her face without her retaliating for 30 days straight. How does it feel?
I learned my lesson the first time that the DL Whisper kind of went crazy. So when I pled in February, when Tasha K was going at it for days and days at a time, I kind of gained my praxis around I don't look for anything. If I scroll and see something, I may watch, I may not. Because a lot of people don't I tell people I scroll on TikTok for fun.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm just going to see what the fuck is going on, like everybody else. Like the book talk stuff with the hot girls. I'm like, this is tearful. I'm like, of course this white woman colonized these words. Like that's entertaining to me, right?
Yeah.
So I will see it by happenstance. I don't go look for it. In this instance, I think it wasn't the vitriol. It was so I filmed that video. I was in LaGuardia. I had landed in LaGuardia. I filmed that video saying, "Hey y'all, this is." I said 21 days
Arrest.
because my attorney, he was like, the 30 days you're gonna get sentenced to 30 days, and he was telling me I was getting good time.
Mm-hmm.
What the Okra Project requested is that I be remanded so they get the full 30 days because they were mad that I got the deal. So the argument in the back and forth about 21 days, it wasn't business days or anything. The judge remanded me so I served a flat 30. If he would have sentenced me to 30 days, I would have gotten 7 days good time on 30.
So they were
I
still
was
being haters even after this all happened. They
Yeah,
weren't
I
being
was supposed to
honest.
be at the Black and Iconic Awards. So they were being haters on a multitude. They asked for the 30 days. When I
Mhm.
came back last Thursday and because it is Thursday now, I've been home 7 days. I've been home a week,
Wow, that's been quite
right?
a week, friend.
This time last week, I would be getting up in an hour and a half for breakfast, and they picked us up and took us downtown at 5 a.m. So they had submitted quotes from my TikToks to show that they felt unsafe. So they got Alana got a protection order against me, and Gabrielle did. So when she personally sent the Chat GPT cease and desist today, I said, you know, you're not supposed to have contact with me. I was like, oh, let me send this to my attorney because this is really fucking ridiculous. So when I came back to TikTok, what I was more gagged at was I called Andrew like 3 days before I was coming home, and he was like, yeah, the Lincoln Journal Star, which is like a newspaper from back home, was like, oh yeah, they just ran an article about you. I was like, it's 3 weeks later. Why are they still talking about me? Nothing's because I'm just like, it's gotta be something going on, Miss Thing. Ain't they
It was
bombing
you.
stuff?
It was you.
And Andrew was like, no, bitch, I don't think you understand. I was like, you're dragging it. I called Monroe. She's she was filming the final episode of The Shy, and she had the premiere. And so I was checking in with her, and she tries to protect me because she knows I'll cut up.
Yeah.
So when I came back and niggas was like, oh no, Dominique is here. I was like, real. And also they've deleted a lot of stuff. it's not cap that I can't find things because things either they deleted or they pre-blocked me. Like the Bun Me girl that was like, Dominique, there's no way Dominique is coming home. That girl has me blocked. And I'm just like,
Oh,
yeah, because like I told somebody today, I posted a video today, ask her to unblock me. I beg
come
of you.
outside. We're not gonna jump you. Just come outside.
Because it does feel like y'all played. It's one thing to talk about the topic of the day because that's how life is. It's another. Why can't I participate?
It's not fun when you play. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not fun when Dominique plays. The bitch is too pew pew pew, and these bitches are so stuck on the first P. Dominique, do you know what analogy I'm thinking for you that I never thought I would say until we're talking right now?
What, sister?
You are low key a little bit the Kim Kardashian of the trans girls, honey. The very thing that was supposed to destroy you has catapulted you. This is your sex tape moment.
Wild.
That's insane. The thing that they were dangling in your face is actually your come up to the next level.
It's insane because for me it's like
Yikes.
I'm like, oh, because the girls are just like, no, bitch, where you at? We have a list of things for you to talk about. And I'm just like, I was telling Andrew, I was like, y'all capping, bitch. So, I got out Thursday. I could not get my phone. I didn't get my phone till almost 10 p.m.
Okay.
So I was like, people are saying, oh, this isn't Dominique. Because the Maya, my daughter had been liking posts and things. And so I was just like, no, I need y'all to know it's me. It is me. But also we had a strategy. You're a strategist.
A ransom note. You said it is 5 p.m. on the 20th.
Because playtime is over. And please don't delete nothing.
Yeah.
Saying on it, I think that's my biggest thing. Is like, you have such strong feelings, but you have no integrity associated with it.
Yeah.
And I know maybe that feels like we're asking too much, but also this is my life. It's like, my uncles, my nephews, it's like, Asia, I think, had asked me in the when I did their interview, like, did this make you, you talk about people, does it make you? I was like, I've been thought about that. If you go to my page, I never talked about the shit with Wendy from Housewives.
You didn't.
Because I don't think there's a way for me to talk about it that doesn't play and sensationalize. And I don't play about this system. Like, I don't play with the police. Like, that's weird shit. Like, I when I talked about Diddy, it was about the survivors of that man. It wasn't because I think there's a way that you can give people the tea. You can laugh, you can kiki, but it's like I try to talk about things in the way that I want to be talked about. And when I don't, and when I do unleash the clip, you'll know I did that on purpose as well. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I love about you is
I'm a dancer. What do you mean?
No, bitch, I live for you so fiercely. I watched you on that Joe Budden podcast. This bitch put on all this powder blue. She put on this, she put on this very much I'm a stay-at-home mom outfit, bitch. So these niggas didn't know how she was about to give it up. And I live so fiercely for it. I'm fans of I watch the things. And so I like coming home, I just was like, no, I'm peeping things. Some of the girls was like, I apologize. Don't apologize if you're a content creator, this was a topic in the streets. Yeah. It's how you talk about people. It's how you engage that I care. Did you treat me with a modicum of respect? Me and Quay, I'll never speak to Quay again, but you had a stand-up routine about me.
Yikes.
And when Olay and them was blocking you and shit, sister, I stood by you. Now, you were like, this is what's said about Dominique, but you have my number.
Yeah, that's nasty work.
Those are the things that I'm thinking of, like, how did you, it's not you engaging, it's how you treated me upon engagement. And again, if you're asking questions, if so on and so forth, I'm not mad about that. It's about the how. Don't mix my words.
They mishandled you, and that's my point of contention, is the mishandling of you. And mind you, I didn't know if you were guilty or innocent. I even came out and I said, hey, guys, I believe that Dominique Morgan has given enough to us in the time that we've known her for us to at least give her a space to say her piece before we jump to conclusions. I don't know if she did it or not. I have no idea. I'm not blindly supporting. I'm saying if nothing else, she's earned the right to tell her piece before we jump to conclusions.
And that's all I asked for.
You see how easy that is?
That's all I asked for. And that's why I said, if y'all can't wait 30 days, girl, go in and let have. Because I'm like, literally, there are things over I would have been telling y'all pieces and not been able to say pieces of other things.
Yeah,
It would have been pointless for me. And I'm just like, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. Also, I'm just like, the care piece for me hurt because it's like, do y'all know how to treat people like human beings? And with this conversation of accountability and everything, I told people, bitch, y'all, the Okra Project took it to the judicial system. By rights, I didn't owe nobody anything after I stood in front of Judge Chun on last Thursday. I didn't owe anybody anything else. You don't get carceral justice and community justice like that. No,
And a
bitch, you.
pint of blood and my lace front and my firstborn.
No,
Like, what the
ma'am.
fuck?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. But I know the people who have fucked with me, these conversations are for me and for them. I owe nothing. When they're like, do you feel like, no, I don't regret. I don't regret having a heart. I
Yeah.
don't regret giving girls things that I wish somebody would have given to me. I don't regret loving. It took me 10 years after I got out of prison to learn how to love people.
Ugh.
It you know what I'm saying? Like there was a journey. I spent 10 years in prison from the age of 18 to 27. I spent 18 months in solitary confinement. I was housed on death row for 6 months.
Dominique, what the hell was the charge?
I was on the streets, you know what I'm saying? Like this
Yeah.
was, right, we was writing checks in the 90s and I was a dumb kid. I pled to, they sentenced me to 8 to 16 years in prison. They ran it wild. I went in whooping ass because I was young, bitch. I wasn't playing no motherfucking games. These hands are vicious. But that was a whole nother life. That's been 20 some years ago, right? And
Yeah.
so in this space, when people bring that up, I was like, I was a kid, but I've done I worked hard to open myself up and to do these things, and I was not gonna let this Okra Project experience cut me off. So I don't regret being the type of person that I would have wanted to show up for me. I just did it for the wrong people.
Right thing, wrong people is what we say all the time when it comes to EQ. Dominic, I want to make sure I read some quotes because I was watching it because I had a notepad because
Yeah.
dossier.
Yeah.
At what point you said to Tabitha's question about apologizing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said, I don't have shit to apologize for
No.
because the money we moved was used to get girls out of jail, pay their rent, move girls around. We did what we were supposed to do. The documentation, I never even saw the receipts in the discovery. All I saw was transcripts of Leanne, Gabrielle, Alana, whatever, right? So I'm thinking to myself, they're saying, do you want to apologize? But I was like, if she would apologize, that means you didn't hear anything she said beforehand. Then when she asked about regret, you said, I regret that when I heard whispers at the end of 2022, I ignored it and that the girls were going to play with me like this. I made the mistake of not taking it seriously and not addressing it early on. If I had gone to Kings County Court early on and had certain conversations, I would have been able to traverse this differently on the offensive instead of the defensive.
Absolutely.
Do you sometimes find yourself realizing how this has shifted your discernment and made you more hyper vigilant because it was the lack of vigilance?
100%. 100%. I said I wouldn't bring this up again, but it's you and I talking. I don't know how many people are here right now. That's why I'm moving.
People.
That's why I'm moving the way I'm moving right now around my relationship with another friend who is a public figure that is not T.S. Madison. Because I'm like, when I ignore my gut because I'm like, I want to create more space, I end up having regrets. And I don't want to have regrets when it comes to my heart space and my peace. And that's a lesson. Like, I'm like, oh no. Again, the minute in any other situation, your deputy director is on drugs, misses her flights, you're not gonna have a job.
Yeah.
She was able to do what she was doing because I wasn't, but I'm not moving. I'm running the work as an ED, but I was not, and that was a mistake that I wasn't thinking the way I should have been. When I'm seeing these tweets around $1 million missing, I should have went to ABC. It shouldn't have been we're on Zoom. I should have been down there at that building. I should have been challenging more. I should have been like, bitch, this looks weird. God bless everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So it's like those sort of things I've learned, don't ever say what people won't do. Because I promise you, it wasn't just like I was ignoring. I was just like, oh no, bitch. Yeah, these girls are being messy. Yeah, they're trying to cause little trouble, but they would never do me like that.
Dominique, third place when you were in first, and the homie who you invested in end up being the two bitches who colluded against you and your demise. Do you understand how
The titties on Gabrielle's chest I paid for.
that was a gag when you said?
And that was before she worked for me. That was back when she was in St. Louis.
I'm like, run my titties back, bitch. She's just rubbing my. And you know what the crazy thing is? The entire time I'm watching the interview, I'm like, wow, she's so effervescent. She was destined to be a star. My mother always told me that people who hate you see the star in you before you do. Mm-hmm. So they're preemptively getting their licks in. When they asked about if you were angry, you said, am I pissed? No, I'm hurt. This actually made me almost cry. I'm hurt because I really love Gabrielle. I still do.
Mm-hmm. I miss her. I miss her. I mean, because like that was my bitch. Like we would kiki and laugh and joke, and I'm just like, girl, why? Like it didn't have to be like this.
Have you ever an answer about the why? Do you have a hypothesis about that?
My hypothesis is, and Andrew, when Andrew sees this, he's gonna be mad at me because they all consistently, my closest friends have been like, you keep giving her a pass, and I'm just like, I do because I don't.
It's love that has nowhere to go. That's what grief is. Right?
Very much so. Yeah. Very much so. But what I do know about her, and maybe some things have changed in the last couple of years, but I don't really think they have.
If they did, you would have been 21 and not 30. But continue.
Hello, she is very much damsel in distress. Like things happen around her, and then she'll kind of go with whatever flow allows her to kind of land. And my belief is
she's dysregulated then, my God.
Right. And my belief is when this shit happened with ABC and there was all these things, it's like you have to show that you're being like financially responsible in some way. Because it baffles my mind that y'all have been so quiet about these people going bankrupt with millions of dollars of unrestricted dollars.
Unrestricted millions.
It baffles my fucking mind. And I feel like the board she brought in and like these other people, like this is what you do. And she went with it. And I'm just like, yes, I feel like you've been kind of a puppet, but you also are the ED and you have led and you've been the face because you haven't hired another Black trans girl since you became the person in charge, which is the first thing I taught you not to do. Right. And so I feel like that's the case, but I'm just like, I miss waking up to her being like, sister, what you doing? I miss checking her location because I know she done went out on this date and I'm like, girl, where you at? Who is this nigga? I miss that. And I still want the best. Even Alana, but we didn't have the same depth of relationship. Gabrielle was at my house and prayed when I got my new home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She's been to my father's gravesite. Like these sort of things where it was like, Miss Thing, what is...
She's your Amanda and then Alana is your West. To take Summer House. For Alana, can you admit that Alana wanted the Destiny swap?
I can absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And now that I've lived in Atlanta and met Atlanta girls, because I was in Nebraska, I proudly am from Omaha, Nebraska, and at that time I had lived. That was my home.
You were cone-fed and naive.
Yep. Boots, and happy to be naive. Looking down on the jaded girls from the big city that don't have heart space and all, you know what I'm saying? All the things, very Brene Brown.
Lace front, I know.
Very much so. So I get to Atlanta, I was like, oh, the girls are cutthroat. Yeah. Got it. And I think it's important to juxtapose her experience. I think it's also living here and knowing how Morehouse men are trained to go and get things, and that's a part of her epistemology, right? Like growing up that way and how she was raised. And everybody talks about trans girls taking hormones to break you down. You got to break down your understanding and your male-centeredness as well.
Well,
right there, and just because you have to do away with that to create space for this I believe statements, right? Like that's in my process, and I'm just like, oh no, she came in third. She wanted number one. I think her addiction was a component. She wanted to be in charge of that money. Yep. And I think she underestimated a lot Gabrielle in the ways I don't. I know Gabrielle is intelligent. She thought Gabrielle would just go along with her. And
Oh,
so, and
like
so
a latchkey baby. Yeah.
exactly. So within 4 months, you're gone. And you're back in New York, I mean in Chicago, being a legal aid.
Then
Sending me
how they
check.
get cool again? I'm still stuck on the story. Makes
That
sense.
is what I'm missing, girl.
Who did somebody? I need
Wait,
to understand
when I get off of here, I'm gonna send you the Google Drive folder before
Please do.
everybody else see it, and you're gonna gag because I have the same questions of how because their testimony all aligns, and I know this is not how it happened. And
Yeah.
also, bitch, why ain't you going after her? Because there's no reason for you not to be in that job.
They're better enemies than you are. Like, how did the two people who should be against each other
That's
against the one person who did right by everybody?
And that's why I said I'm comfortable with the questions the girls are asking me. Why aren't y'all asking them questions?
And somebody said the enemy of my enemy is my friend tease. I do think though, if they both, and I will say this, the only way it makes sense to me, because this has happened to me before, unfortunately, if two people who you make feel inferior unintentionally see that spark in each other's eyes, it creates strange bedfellows. I have people that I know whose only thing is in common is I make them feel away.
Mm-hmm.
That might be all it takes if you're basic enough, respectfully, to these girls.
And my thing is, and I feel a part of that is existing because I feel like their biggest anger is we've done all this. Has been 4 years of a campaign. Yeah, this 30 days was a hard thing for a hard pill for a bitch to swallow.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like they're like, well, what about accountability? You're mad because you open up your phone and you can't miss me. You're gagged. And then you girls colluded with India.
The India of it all is wild to me.
It's not. Let me make it unwild to you. Let me tell you how that happened. So when we did Olay and Friends, and there was a conversation happened about Deshaun being on the panel as like a what is it? Deshaun identifies as a gender abolitionist. They don't even really identify
like
as gender
non-binary or something. Yeah,
but non-binary, like they was like non-binary isn't even really perfectly a description for how they identify.
Okay.
It was all that post discourse. Jerome Trammell, I don't know if you know, Jerome is a producer, does the things. Jerome is not binary, but when you see them visually, they present masculine.
Mm-hmm.
So Angelica, and like the girls were going back and forth about non-binary things online. Jerome read the girls. India says to Jerome, "You look like you look like somebody who would hurt me."
Oh, that's so weaponizing.
So we did that panel with Madison thereafter, and Jerome shared that with me, and it really hurt my feelings because Jerome shows up for the girls. Jerome, bitch, Jerome don't miss a beat. Something great happens when you come home, you have flowers on your doorstep. They are a really consistent person. And what I know about India's former partner is that he was a notorious rapist. And not only a notorious rapist, we did, instead of the women who experienced harm from him pressing charges, they did alternatives to incarceration. They did healing circles. There was an agreement that he would deplatform himself. He was working at BP 100, and India was engaged to him. They had bought this big townhouse in Chicago. Yes, bitch. Black and Pink ran the healing circles. So when I was on the live, I said, India, you're saying that Jerome looks like somebody who would hurt you, but you were laying next to a rapist. She's been mad at me for months, bitch.
Mystery solved.
Mystery. Yeah, I was just about to say, she's been mad at me for months. So when Andrew So when I called home, Andrew was like, India did this post, ooh, wompty 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 womp. I was like, oh, Miss Thing thought she had me. So when I came back, I was like, I am going to gag her for blood. And Tabitha is really close to India, and I was like, bitch, let me sit on this because I was just like, I was like, what is the benefit? I was like, I'm really angry, but even more so, I'm just like, I'm more comfortable with India realizing that you hitched yourself to whack back at me. You've hitched yourself to the Okra Project in a way that when everything blows back, you're gonna have to. You're the most visible component of that. You're gonna have to make some explanations. But that's where that came from, where I was like, no, you played in my people's face, and bitch, you were laying next to Jack the Ripper. And girls are still currently posting videos on TikTok where like India was letting that man use her Instagram to reach out to these women he had sexually assaulted.
India plays okay, so we know that even within, and this is something that as an ally I love to watch, because as a black woman, watching the fact that there's a type of a black woman that I can watch externally and take in, the anthropologist me gets excited. I have noted, and please correct me, right? In the trans community, passability is a scale on desirability and privilege with you guys. And the girls who can really pass sometimes feign confusion the way light-skinned or biracial girls do with dark-skinned girls.
And don't let you be passing light skin, and then all of a sudden the girls pull out the trick of, oh, I didn't get a vagina, I've been intersex the whole time.
So you even have apparently genital privilege, bitch. You a fucking unicorn.
And then it's kind of how they try to stockpile it. So then it's like you can't be called in. It's like
It's giving trans pick me a little bit.
India plays a nasty game where she'll act like, you go, I'm patchouli fish, girl, I'm high on, you know what I'm saying? Like, girl, I'm having the ashwagandha. But then when you but you see that clip with India and Law Roach, that is the real India.
Ooh.
That is the real India. And that's why I don't ever let her slide.
She's so sharply self-righteous, though, that it's wild that somebody who's so self-righteous could fumble in such a blatant, sloppy, and lazy way and not think they would get clocked.
You gotta look at the data. She was at the Met Gala talking all that shit while the indigenous folks were getting arrested in front of her.
Oh my God.
The footage is there. We didn't get another season of Pose because she wasn't gonna get her fucking COVID vaccine, and she kept getting everybody sick. Yeah. What is this? Givenchy? What is this? Yeah.
Dominique, I think they picked the right one.
Yeah.
And I do think that, everything that was meant to set you on fire has made you into a phoenix. I am going to say this. At some point, I want your sacred rage to allow you to hold space for the love and the rest of the anger that you're still.
Yeah.
Because you sound like me. That's why I'm like, oh my God, this is why Bridget freaks out on me all the time. Somebody will do me dirty and it'll be a year later and I'm still talking about their traumatized childhood as a buffer around they had me fucked up and wanted me to be harmed.
Very much so. I'm very much in strategy mode.
Dominique. They wanted you dead.
Boots. I'm very much in strategy mode, and I think that allows me to feel anchored. And I know I need to take the time. I also am making sure that I push myself into being thoughtful even around my sacred rage. Like I know enough to know that I don't want to just feel on fire. I don't work well in that mindset.
It's feeding your discernment, though. I can tell it's already feeding your discernment.
It absolutely is, and also it's allowing me to be like, to divest. Like I don't, because also when you go through something like this, there are motherfuckers who saw it for you. There are people who said, bitch, you could have took $1 million, we didn't care. And it's the people that it wouldn't even have taken a moment for them to see you as you did this. When I remember there was a person who had posted online that was like, oh, they pretend to be a woman every day. Of course they're a fraud. And I have that screenshot because I remember thinking, if I take this to trial, what is my jury of 12 peers in this culture?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so you just kind of divesting in that way, not divesting to the point where you don't want to engage with people when you need to explain how you're showing up and so on and so forth, but just being held hostage to, oh no, I'm not doing anything I don't want to do. I'm not engaging in anything that doesn't feel good. I'm not being around anybody that, if I got to be around you and I can't speak a certain way, I'm not being around you unless they're paying me. Like the same person I'm not engaged with, we're both booked for Pride this weekend in Fort Lauderdale. I'm being compensated. So I should carry a certain way. There's money to it. But in my life,
you're going to be cordial.
Yeah, but in my life and in my peace, if I have to feel subjugated in any way, shape, or form, I will divest.
As a Pisces in particular, because the water signs have my heart. I have no water in my chart, so I find you guys to be my supplement. There was a video I saw of yours.
Happy belated birthday also. I hope you... one of the last videos I watched is you was cussing on somebody because this Asian man was playing in your friend's face, and y'all was planning y'all trip. I tell you, I be watching your shit, girl. Anyway,
I
go
do
ahead,
because of
girl.
the girls out. I am not the girl who is pandering. I'm surprised anybody's still here because I've been
I
telling y'all.
live. I live. I
But there's
live.
one thing you said one time to somebody who was nasty to you, and you said, "Baby, I don't want to be in community with you." And I found what I'm realizing about you that I love right now, especially as a Pisces who's been an overgiver. That was that Erykah Badu song, "Habitual Overlove, Undercover
Mm-hmm.
Overlover." At the end of that live you did with the girls, they were mentioning a mutual friend that you felt, I'm not sure this is working for me.
Mm-hmm.
And rather than figure out a way to shrink yourself to be in community with them, you just said, I'd rather not. And I could tell Asia and Tabitha were probably a little bit stunned, even though they had a pretty
They
good
were
point.
gagged. They were gagged.
Because Dominique's the kind of girl who's going to figure out how to be there for you, even if she can't stand you because she wants to be there for the girls.
Mm-hmm.
It was such a harsh pivot of, wait a minute, this whole time I had an
Mm-hmm.
option to just not be in community with you.
I had a whole option to be like, oh, I'm cool. I'm
That's taking
cool.
your power back, Dominique.
It feels so powerful because again, it's because when your job is to serve the girls, you don't pick and choose who you serve. So you have to have the ability to be in, you have to be able to house the girl who told you to kiss her ass.
You do. You do.
Right? That
Yeah.
you have to have that type of spirit about you. And I don't need to do that anymore.
Won't he do it?
And I'm just like, no, I can without sadness be like, oh no, I will give Samaya anything she needs. And yeah, it may feel like it's not fair. Life isn't fair. This is what I'm doing. I don't work for a nonprofit. I'm not a nonprofit.
Yeah.
I show up how I want to show up. I do what I want to do. I do it with the best of intention at heart. Like that's holding on. But also, since I need to show up for myself, there's so many dreams and hopes
I ain't got
that
it.
I ain't got it. I ain't got it. I ain't got it. I just want to sleep today. I don't want to.
Is it over? Legally, do they have to leave you alone now, aside from public
Yeah,
tapping?
legally. I mean, legally. As soon as I left that courthouse, like there was nothing there because
Restitution? Did she
no,
get a
no, there's
discharge?
no restitution. So the spiritual whistleblower, she was just like
Ugh.
they were there in them DL Whisper t-shirts, just wild business.
Her
But
eyes are crazy. Those are crazy eyes.
wild. But she was like, oh, money. I was like, no, that it's $230, which is the New York State fee for putting your DNA in the state system.
Okay,
That's what that's what's due. And I paid that yesterday, I think, is when my team paid that. So that's done. The there's no restitution in the clause or anything like that. That's why I'm like, they didn't show up to any court hearings. The judge asked last week, they were like, are there any victim impact statements? They didn't even send any.
lazy cowards.
And so y'all are online talking about accountability. And I'm just like, we could have had this. But you have to sit down and have accountability is not one party asking someone from someone else. These are 360 conversations because situations cannot happen with just one person's activities, right? So like even what you're asking for takes a level of openness that y'all are not really interested in doing. So y'all might just want to sit there and eat your food.
Oop, the $19,000. Where the fuck did this closet come from, Dominique?
So the closet piece, because they never got my account information.
I'm so confused. How did we say that she stole $100K to buy a $19,000 closet amongst other things?
My closet.
Flex.
The deposit was my closet.
You better tell them. Dominique said it wasn't on sale. It wasn't Black Friday, bitch.
It's no shade. This was a California closet, custom closet.
Ooh.
Because I remember telling myself, I was like, I live in Atlanta. I want my Real Housewife of Atlanta closet. I
You got
wanted
your
it so
Porsche
bad.
Williams closet.
I did because it was my dream, and because I was just like this really excites me. It was like, bitch, I'm working my ass off for this, and so it was like, no, they knew it because I did a collaboration with California Closets after they built it with the crowd voting. They never got access to my bank accounts. That's why when you go look at the press release, I also thought about this yesterday. And I didn't post about it today. They put out a press release when my indictment came down. Kings County Court didn't put out no press release last week. I was sentenced last week. The big bad embezzler was sentenced. Crickets.
This could have been an email, Dominique. This all could have been an email.
It all could have been a fucking email. And even they're lying about that we contacted Dinah. You didn't contact me. I have the last email you sent me. It was an NDA that you wanted me to sign. And I asked you, is this a mutual NDA? I won't talk about you if you don't talk about me. You told me it would not be a dual NDA, and I didn't sign it. That was the last email you hoes sent me.
If you see them, without admitting to any crimes, obviously, do you look them in the eye or do you revert?
I already did. So let me tell you. So I
Sorry, let me gasp.
New York City Pride 2024. I funded Youth Pride. I got my friend Nico, who plays Uncle Clifford, to come down and host the children. My staff at Borealis went down and doing cameras. I was down in Baltimore for Baltimore Trans Pride. We're at the kickoff. I have the videos and the pictures in my phone right now. We're at the Pride kickoff. As a former Grand Marshal, they shout me out. I stand up, I wave at the girls. It's nasty. Gabrielle and Max were across the room. Gabrielle looked straight at me. I have video of it because I sent it to Andrew. I was like, "Oh, look at this bitch skedaddling out of here," and she left. That's why I'm like, girl, you're being a cat. Like, bitch, I'm right here. I'm right here, and so like my whole thing is this. They got to see me on their phone. I'm at the point where I want the girls to feel it. Because I think also one thing that I've noticed in regards to, I don't know if you feel this way, is that when people feel like the energy or the way that you show up in the world only is possible through this medium, where we like only can do it in controlled settings, I'm falling in love with people knowing it's real.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Not looks or anything, but like the energy, like who I am. Oh, bitch. Oh, I'm like, no, I'm like this every day. And
yeah.
very much so. So I would not, I have no, I want y'all to see that a bitch is all right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's important. And I think there's a lot.
About that.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people in the world right now. If there's somebody right now who feels like, bitch, everybody around me played in my fucking face, and I understand what it's like to want to lay down and pull the dirt on top of you. And I'm telling you, just hold on. I will be in Baltimore. I am officially. They don't have the image done. I signed the contract yesterday. I am hosting the main stage at Baltimore Trans Pride. I will be in Baltimore the 13th on the main stage. They should have the image tomorrow. I will be in Baltimore. But I think
without a coin.
Yeah, with the nasty coin, like bitch, what's up? Because I'm just like, let's do the thing. So we gonna have the bonnets and all the stuff. But
sound bites, because I'm lost without a coin is a bop.
Yes, because you know what, you gotta be fighting with the girls because the girls love to give you an AI image. I'm like, they'll eat me up trying to use the AI things, bitch. I need you to go over there to the people's Canva. I'll go over here to Fiverr real quick, bitch. What you gotta do? So we got the
lost without a coin.
And when I tell you we was just sitting up there in that room, like that's what I love about this life is that just existing.
Yeah.
Is creating ways for people to see themselves. And as a Black trans woman, for people to see themselves in me and to not have to be a glad speech or it's just like I get to just exist. I'm like, this is my version of activism right now. Right? That people are using a sound where two Black trans women are talking about surviving and everybody can understand, bitch, how to scratch and survive. Like that's a universal thing. That's power.
Speaking of power, here on this channel, I do believe in people fiscally being good, right? Like I eat on my site. I want to make sure everybody else does. Dominique, somebody said here, the bag is heavy. How do we support you in ways that will hit your account? Because at one point you mentioned that people who do the work that you do who are white make a whole lot more money, right? And there are so many Black creators that are seen as gems, but they're unpaid gems. How do we support you? Like this, please plug away because they want to know how to support you.
No shade. The Substack has been fab to me.
What's the URL?
What'd you say?
You just go to Substack and then you look up Dominique Morgan and you pop
up.
Yeah,
yeah. Like, or if you go to my, if y'all follow me online and you go to my link tree, my Substack is in there. And because for me it allows me to create, but it allows me to, because again, I done had every bag, all the things. For
True.
me it's like I'm excited to create. And so it allows me to do that. Like that's really feels exciting for me. Two, if a person like, bitch, I ain't got the extra coin because bitch, we in a rough time.
Yeah.
But you know, the things that I'm writing for News One and I'm writing, they're not just putting me in these smaller places. I'm able to be a part of culture, share the things. And last but not least, you also tell people tell people what you're hearing.
Yeah, please do.
Do me the love of, again, not, I don't ask people to be out here warring in the comments. Like if you do it, you do it. But I mean, share truth, share information, because that's what the way people were able to do things was that I couldn't say things, so what they were saying was existing, so on and so forth. But the Substack is where, for the in the meantime, is where I'm able to bring everything together as we finish the book, to where we can, because you know, this Valley of the Broken Dolls, I love Jackie Collins. I
Me
love Elin Harris.
too.
Right. I love Elin Harris. So the cadence of the book moves like Lucky Chances. It moves like Hollywood Housewives.
Yes.
Because I was like, there hasn't been I love Elin Harris. That I've never known of a fiction series where it feels like a soap opera, but there's also like the glamour in it, like
Mhm.
trans stories. We go through a lot of hard stuff, but my life is glamorous.
It is.
And so, and I'm like, and in regards to, we need to tell those stories. We need to add that, because a lot of people's perception is that all black trans women, we only being fucked by these DL niggas and we struggling doing all this stuff. It's like, no, there are girls who know they deserve to be loved in the daylight. There are girls who have a quality of life. And what does that look like? And most of the girls in my life live the same way I live. What is the story of the girl that comes from Nebraska, from the small town, who, you know, you're up here on panels holding Laverne Cox accountable? What is that journey? And juxtaposing it in this fictional mindset
Like
is
Rose Nyland from the Golden Girls meets Alice Walker. It's like a
yeah.
little hybrid.
Yeah, very much so. It's like, because that's when people are like, oh my God, you're so, you can talk about all these things, is because my life I've had to be that chameleon.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And also the things that I've experienced are part of my life I love. I always tell people, try to reach a point where everything you've experienced is something you see value in.
Yep.
Because you see value in it, even if it was difficult, you don't throw it away. It's like, I pull shit from the prison spade table. I pull shit from Georgetown. I pull shit from the small town Omaha. Like all those things, I can pull that any place. So you really can't catch me slipping, for lack of a better term. And I like living my life that way, feeling like my tool belt is pretty extensive. You know, yeah,
Well,
I
listen,
think
we're
that's
talking.
important.
I'm thinking about the Dominican video. I want to end on this note. I want to end
Yes,
it light
God.
because this has been heavy. Dating
Yeah,
in the middle of all this, niggas. Not me
yeah.
acting like a hood Oprah. Nigga,
No,
you
niggas.
get a nigga.
Yeah,
You get a nigga.
yeah. Like niggas is
How are you
wild right
dating?
now.
Like, how are you
Niggas.
doing this?
It's hard because also, well, one, it's hard to have an even playing field because men can get to know you in our life, the way we show up. They can get to know you
Hmm.
before you know them, and
Absolutely.
that's triggering to me.
And they study
Um,
you too.
they study boots. That's triggering to me. And in this current climate, it's like every nigga is trying to, oh, I just want to check on you into some pussy. No, nigga, I'm fine. God bless you. Um, but honestly, it takes a lot for me to like a man. I don't like men. I mean, like to where I want to talk. Literally, like niggas get on my nerves so fiercely, and
Nigga
so
has nice nerves.
there's been two men for like a year who I've been like, I like talking to y'all. And so the one, we actually have a date plan when I'm coming to Baltimore. Um
I love this.
yeah, because I'm just like, because also when I talk about freedom, it's like you don't want to be going through all this and a
Yep.
man starts dating you and it's like, oh bitch, I'm about to go to try. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, I even that just clearing the slate, I'm just like, that takes capacity. You have to have capacity and room to date and get to know people.
Mhm.
So
To be
that's
humanized as a woman and not a symbol on the internet.
absolutely. And so I'm interested in that because also I am built to love.
You are. I mean, you're very, very built to love.
I am built to love, and I just like I honestly a
That's what
part of
got
my
you here, by the way. Your surplus of love to give is kind of what unintentionally put you in this
boots.
position. Yeah.
Boots, and I think even in other positions when it comes to me really having a dedication to wanting to love a black man, you know what I'm
Mm,
saying? I think that's for me that is a part of my activism as well. It's like I didn't gain all this privilege not to pair it with a like that's my personal values, right? And
mhm.
so I think I'm more open, I have more space, but also I wasn't as visible as I was 2 years ago, like now. So I have to be really careful. These niggas will be like, oh, I want to date you. It was like, we should do a collab. No, no, thank you. Oh, I saw such and such and such. Oh no, I don't do that. Like this one nigga was like, "Oh, I want to fly down to Florida this weekend." Oh no, I'm working this weekend. I don't mix niggas in business. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like those sort of things, but absolutely open. Um, because I moved. That's one of the reasons I moved to Atlanta. I was like, I want to move to the city where black trans women being in spaces are normalized, and
Yeah.
also where there's a nice surplus of black men. And so now it's just kind of like, now we got to make sure it's not clout chasing. Now I got to make sure that they're bringing something to the table. But yeah, I want to be in love. I feel like it's so fab.
It
I do
is.
feel like it's fab. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's fab. And once I get these new titties done, I am gonna have my mood board is Niecy Nash. Like I want to be so snatched.
She is snatched.
I want to become so sexy I turn into a lesbian. I feel like as soon as women get really fab, they start dating other women.
I
And
mean, yeah, they do.
that's usually what I see. As soon as a woman finds her wholeness, I want to be so healed. I want to look so good that I get on the precipice of being a lesbian. That is my goal.
As a girl who's part of like the Tickle Bitty Society, how much titty are we talking? Because can I
Huh?
talk you out of the super big ones? My neck hurt.
You know what? I believe you know what? I want to be a slightly busty girl. I don't want to be crazy busty, but I have a big ass naturally. I haven't had any
Yes.
surgeries. I haven't had any surgeries.
That's really just your ass.
Yeah, that's my body shape. I've had
You
this
don't
booty
feel like
since high
God gave you
school.
one, so you didn't need the other. Like you don't need a big
Well,
ass
well,
and
well I,
little
I
titties.
I felt that way for a long time because all of my breasts are estrogen. I felt that way for a long time, and I kind of had this revelation where I think breasts are so beautiful,
They are.
and I'm just like, even if I don't give it's like bitch abundance. If in a couple of years I want to get a reduction, so fucking be it. But I want to have that nasty auntie summer where I get out of the car in the white tee. You will know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And just to feel my oats, because I'm just like, I think there's just being a black woman is the most joyful thing I that you can I can possibly conceptualize. And I'm just like, when I'm loving my body, like I love the body I'm in. So I don't
Mhm.
feel like I'm at a deficit at all. But when I think of women where I'm just like, this bitch is not a game. It's the busty thick auntie that pumped
Yep.
through. You smell her long after she gone. The
Yep.
net, like I'm just like, that's me. And I want to embody that, and I feel like that'll feel exciting. And
A
again,
demure
if something
D. I can
changes,
see
so
you with
be
a
it.
D. I can see you with like a demure D
That's
cup.
where I'm
Like,
at. I'm at a D because I have enough breast tissue because I still want to feel soft. You know
mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? But I told my bro, I was like, because we want to do another like little podcast thing together. I'm just like,
I would
bitch.
love that.
Sister, I love you. I'm like, but sister, you and this body and these titties, I gotta get my life in order. You know. So yeah, that's my plan, and we'll get ready for it. Anybody watching this who's at Essence, that's what you can do. Listen, because I want tell Carlos to make this. I gotta inbox Carlos. I gotta inbox
You
Carlos.
at Essence makes all the sense. It's already
No
made sense
shade.
before.
No shade. Like we've done it, and shout out to Monica and Sister Song. But I feel like for me, I want to. going back to what we're talking about, like us being Black folks in this creator economy and these conversations, it's like we have if Black centered organizations are not making the moments for us that the MTV Awards make for the white creators or the
Yeah.
Met Gala makes for white creators, then what are we going to do? They
Yeah.
want to get us and put 10 of us in a house, honey, and give the girl some pretzels and some water. It's like, no, it's like we do great things every day with just our phones.
Yeah.
Imagine what we could do when you, one, put us together to where we can collaborate.
I want to be in essence, like, you know what? If anybody hears this, now Dominique done talk me into it. I was just
No
thinking,
shade. No shade.
I would
Can
love
you
like,
imagine?
a
Can
sleep
you
show.
imagine me and you pulling the girls to the side? Like you got Brandy and Monica there. You got Cardi B backstage. I feel like the backstage interview should be fierce.
Gathered.
Right? A live cam backstage at Essence going to the main stage. Hey,
Mhm.
we outside of Jasmine Sullivan's. Like I feel like those sort of things is what I want to be. I want to be a part of Black culture, remembering that Black culture is culture.
Yeah. It
You
is.
know, that's what I want. So yeah, whoever you know, who you talking about, go to the Essence at me. Carlos, call somebody. Me and Blue need to be backstage. Carlos knows somebody.
Well, he knows all the somebody. He loves all the girls, honey.
No
Carlos loves
shade.
all the
No
girls.
shade. And yeah, but I love you. I love your intellect. I love the way that you hold space. I love the way that you don't let nobody play on your time. I
Well,
I
that's what
I,
I feel like you did.
no,
Yeah.
I live because I just be like, no, bitch, say it and mean it. The girls don't know how to say it and mean it no more. The girls don't know how to say it and mean it no more. And so, yeah, like, you know, I told everybody, because everybody been inboxing me. I'm like, no, I'm not about to sit down and talk to 50 million bitches about this.
I can imagine. It's
You know what
exhausting.
I'm saying? Like, and it's not even, it's exhausting. And also, in some instances, I'm like, I don't want new people to be introduced to me based on just this. You know what
Yes.
I'm saying? But like, there's just people where I'm just like, oh no, these people I know I fuck with. And we know this shit is gonna be clipped tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. We do, and also I don't care because I had an event I was gonna go to. My wife, I was acting up. I was like, should I do this tonight or tomorrow? God said do it tonight, and then you popped up. There was a heavy hand in this happening the way that it's happening.
Wow. I literally on my phone and I was just like, oh. And I was just gonna watch. Just because because I've been watching people ask questions of like, oh, that's a good question. And when
Yeah.
I do talk about this, I need to bring this. There's a girl on TikTok that was asking like good follow-up question. I'm like, okay, bitch, I forgot that. But then I was like, no, bitch, I'm up. I ain't doing
Listen, that's
nothing.
what happened.
Let me see what's up. So I sent you my cell number on Instagram.
Oh, perfect. I'm gonna send you mine right back.
Yeah,
So
I hit you on Instagram, and because the people been like, oh, I want to see you on live with Blue, and I was like, oh no, I was like, there's so much shit I want to talk to her about, like
so
it's
much.
wild, but I really want to be on a couch somewhere. I really want to
You ever come into LA? Because you know LA got couches.
listen. I'm trying to come to LA. I'm trying to my LA trips. I try to consolidate. I try to have multiple things. So I'm trying to see. Listen, Kev on stage. I'm telling you, put me on.
Okay.
Put me in the game, coach. Amber and them have their podcast out there. So I'm trying to see what July looks like for me. Is
Nice.
is my thought because I was like, oh, I can do that'll be a couple of weeks before the book launch
Mhm.
and we can have several conversations and I can make sure I can like get with people because it's a whole community of folks in LA that are doing shit all day, but that 5 hour flight I get to LA, I need a day to sleep.
I just landed this morning and I'm doing this with you at midnight.
You're so fab.
I'm exhausted. No, I'm not. I'm nuts. I'm not even
Iconic.
high functioning. I'm high functioning like you are.
Iconic.
July is good because another content creator that we know and love hit me up this morning and said, hey, I'm going to be in LA the entire month of July. Let's do stuff. So July feels like it keeps.
Okay, let's see what the girls are giving because I'm like, that's how I feel about some things. I kind of, and I also want to get into more like food reviews and stuff.
Well,
Like because I'm like, I just feel like just life. I want to get into more of just life. And LA,
shit. Yes, lucky.
very much so. LA gives a nasty food set. You know, Sir John is out there, and
Yes.
yeah, and so he just sent me a box of makeup I need to open, bitch, because I'm on my makeup learning journey. So yeah, like I sent you my number, and I want to do that. I want to kiki. I want to sit down with the people, but LA, I want to make sure that we can make some moves
Oh, we can
happen.
make some. Right now, I was on Joe Budden last week, and tonight I'm going to hang out with Naka, who directed Meg Thee Stallion's. Like a part. LA and New York are very much industry like that.
Boot,
But it's
boot.
all family though. Like we're all actually cool. I think people call LA fake because they're thinking about the transplants who have something to prove. People who come here who really love what they do have the strongest sense of community I've seen anywhere outside of DC.
LA always shows me love. It's that long ass 5 hour flight. Cause
Mm-hmm.
BET Awards would be like, hey, can you come today? I'd be like, I'm not flying. I'm not flying the same day to LA. That's a 30-year-old Dominique thing. Bitch is tired.
But Delta One has the beds. You just have to get the bed.
It does, but you know what? The West Coast does to me? I have this inherent anxiety. And it may not be as bad now that I'm not in corporate America, but
Uh-huh.
that feeling of waking up at 9 a.m. and all of my staff, it's noon,
Mm-hmm.
used to send me. Like I always felt like I was behind. And I think you have to have just this LA, you know, laissez-faire about it, where it's like, bitch, y'all move on a time, but we move on our time type tease. Um, but no, I want to come out there and see what it's giving. Because Tabitha Brown, like I wanna she was like, well, I'll make vegan food for you. I was like, child, auntie, I don't know about that.
Have you eaten that kale and stuff and calling it a sausage? You have some good healthy green.
Baby, I don't want. I tell the girls I don't want no gender non-conforming sausage. I like my sausage to be binary.
I will
I
say
love
this: you have
everybody.
amazing skin. LA makes your skin better. My skin has never been better since I was. LA is just there's something in the air. Please let me know when you're coming so we can spoil you. Because my sister always jokes that whenever she comes to town, she ends up 50-11 places. LA has so much goodness, and I think there's so many people who want to love on you in person.
No, I feel like it's given. God is going to move, and we're all going to be in the essence.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like it will be a fab, like July. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like that would be fab.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like it would be fab.
Let's manifest. I will say.
And I also sent her stuff to Monica S. Sister Song, because they have their conference in Chicago in mid-August.
Oh, I'm down.
Because they were really hungry, and I think I sent you that voice note,
Mm-hmm.
finding cis women to have some of these deeper conversations.
Absolutely.
And I had they're really promoting the Black men's panel, but I'm like, do y'all know about Blue? And y'all know the way she's kind of really navigating things, and so please look for that, because they're coinsy, but also they need a voice like yours that can be like, that's ready to get into the ring and won't relinquish, but also will do it with love to make sure the point is gotten. So I sent that stuff over. So no, but we gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work.
What we're doing right now is very personal to me because, like I said at the beginning of the live, I learned very early what happens to trans girls who are not protected.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get emotional thinking about her. And so for me, it's like this feels like my penance for the one time I wasn't there, right? And I think a lot of times when we talk about you being incarcerated, me losing my friend so young, for her just being in her own skin, things have better value. Like I think people see that we are being blessed, but they don't realize the deep appreciation that we have. We're steeped in gratitude.
You have to be steeped in gratitude, and not from that like performance as place, but steeped in gratitude, because I always tell people, remember when you were young and you didn't have any expectations, any expectations of what would be under the Christmas tree?
Yeah.
But it would be like, you see the video of the kid, it'd be like, ooh, a ball, and the kid is really excited, but the parent knows that bike is under there too.
Yep.
In my experience, when you go through life like that, baby, I'd be excited for a cold pop, bitch. You understand me? I'd be excited for a cold pop, but I also be excited when the company that I never thought would know my name reaches out to like all that in the spectrum, because I feel like when you feel like something is owed to you, you're not navigating it with the spirit of appreciation. You're navigating it as if it's due unto you. Yes, yes, I believe good is due unto me. But I hold space for God to continue to make me feel wowed. That I love being surprised, like, oh Lord, this what we doing? Got it. I love that. And I think that spirit has held me. It's held me. When they named that street after me, I remember saying, I was like, I don't know what to drink for anymore. Because I was like, this seems ridiculous. This is the street I grew up on. This is the street my mama grew up on. It says Dominique Morgan Street now. I was the first living trans woman to have a street named after her. Miss Major, Marsha B. Johnson, so none of them have street names after them. And I was the first living woman to have a street named after, trans woman to have a street named after her in the world. So when that happened, I remember I put the Nobel Peace Prize on my list.
Why not?
Because I was like, oh, okay, because this street shit seems ridiculous. You can go on Apple Maps and type in, this seems fucking absurd.
That's mind-blowing, actually.
But then it was, my God keeps wanting to wow me.
Yeah.
If you don't have the spirit of appreciation, you can't be wowed.
Yeah. Entitlement takes that from you. Yeah.
It takes away from that because it's like, oh, of course this is gonna happen. Yes,
Right.
I work hard. Yes, I know I have skills, but that openness means that I can be like, my God, I'm in awe.
Dominique, do you have a beverage? I want to do a toast. I want to end this with a toast.
I have 3 beverages. I have ADHD.
We have the same person because I have 2 right here. Look at us.
Yes, God. Yes,
Hold on,
God.
I'm gonna put a little bit of. Am I still going to this function, Dominique? Yes or no?
You should pop out.
It's the gays and it's midnight. The gays get real wild. At this time of night, I'm gonna show up at 1 a.m. with my titties out, talking about what y'all doing.
Work your set, but that also means that you can give the girls a nasty push through. What are we doing?
Like,
hey, how you doing? All right now, boop.
That's exactly. My car's gonna be outside. Dominique, I want to do the toast that I do every year for my birthday. It's a Lucille Clifton quote. I've been told that it's morbid. I don't care. I think you understand. I want to toast to you and to the fact that up until this point, everything that has tried to kill you has failed.
Amen. You
are bigger and better than ever, and I am so happy that you will get to be eating a feast in front of your enemies.
Iba.
Salute.
Ashe, yes, God.
I can't wait till we can toast in person, child. I'll take you to Beverly Hills and get you drunk.
Yes, ma'am. Let's work the set.
If you see a black SUV, that's me. I'm very weird about that. Like, I just pull up in black SUVs and then leave. I'm one of those that just...
That's my set.
Down and come in.
That's my set. I don't play that. I'm like, I am an elitist. That's not a black car. Yeah. Stop playing with me. Get out and open the door for me. I'm going to tip you accordingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Have a safe night. Thank you for having me come up. Your people are lovely. And yeah, sister, I put my in Instagram. I sent you my cell, and bitch, let's cut up.
Let's do this. And also, honestly, too, I prayed that this would happen the way it was supposed to, and God said, "Say less." Shout out to Sky Daddy.
In the name.
On that note, we love you guys. Please follow Dominique if you haven't on her YouTube, because we want to make sure that she's being followed on all platforms. Okay, not just TikTok, because YouTube pays better. That's
yes, and follow. This is my YouTube that has my YouTube Premium on it. Yes. It's YouTube at Dominique Morgan is my the one y'all need to subscribe to. This is I watch my TV shows and shit on it. I watch
which one you want them to subscribe to? Repeat.
But if you go to my link tree, all of the things all the links I want you to go to is there.
Good, because that YouTube coin, honey. Fuck TikTok. I need you.
No shade. No shade. I heard the girls have told me I'm working on my set. The podcast is coming. We got the email for the Ask Dom that went live yesterday.
I'm already coming on. You don't even have to ask me. I'll come on.
Bitch, we're gonna cut up. I love you. Be safe. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, family. This was so good.